There's not loads of space. It's a circuit that is 3.478 kilometers around with 12 turns, 7 to the left and 5 to the right. Very unusually, in this day and age, the cars are running anti-clockwise. Does all sorts of things to the driver's necks, that does, because of course we run clockwise on many of the other circuits. Of course, this Lausitzring short course uses part of the tri-oval here at the Lausitzring, the big tri-oval, which sadly doesn't get used enough, but out of turn 12 in towards turn 1, of course, we use almost the entire length of the home straight, and we use a little section of another straight coming out of turn 5 into turn 6. So lots of the tri-oval is used, and it's quite an unusual circuit, creates an unusual dynamic as well. Just as the cars are getting heat into the tyres and some just doing sighter laps, let's just give you a few updates on drivers and teams, things that have changed since the last time you saw us at the Nürburgring. Daniel Juncadella has jumped across from the Drago Racing Team ZVO Mercedes into another Mercedes. He is alongside Raffaele Marciello. Of course, we have Mauro Engel at the Nürburgring, so Juncadella now alongside Marciello. That will be a potent combination. They too were teammates in the Spa 24-hour race a couple of weeks ago. We also welcome back to the series Marvin Dienst, the 2015 ADAC Formula 4 champion, who is also doing double duty with the Prototype Cup here at Lausitzring this weekend. Marvin Dienst, he is jumping into the vacancy that has been occupied by Daniel Juncadella, and he will now be alongside Jan Marszałkowski in the Drago Racing Team ZVO Mercedes. We welcome a brand new team, well, not brand new to GT racing, but brand new this year for GT Masters, ADAC Motorsport. Guesting here, the legendary Klaus Bachler and Adrian Delina. What a combination that is. The two drivers in the Porsche will be here for this event only this year, but potentially looking to make a return to the series, a full-time campaign in the series in 2023. And Juuso Puhakka comes into the Mad Panda Mercedes. So we've already spoken about Ezequiel Perez-Campagne. He replaces Maxi Goertz, who's busy in other places. So Juuso Puhakka, and he is alongside Ezequiel Perez-Campagne in the Mad Panda Mercedes. So great to welcome here. So lots of changes.
Lots of changes. Some of ADAC Motorsport's best ever results have come in conditions not unlike this in GT World Challenge competition. They seem to revel in the rain. Let's see how the distinctive green and black Porsche performs on their GT Masters debut. The first flying laps are coming in, and you can see how markedly different the racing lines are in these conditions, particularly if we stay with this pack coming out of T5. We ride on board with Fabian Schiller here in the number 4 Drago Racing Team ZVO Mercedes. Usually out of 5 they take a massively wide berth out towards the wall of the oval, but they're not doing that there. They're giving it a massive wide berth, saying we want to go nowhere near the concrete wall in these conditions. And well, one can rather understand that logic.
Yes, that wall has bitten many a driver over the years, and it really does hurt when you hit it, so I'm told. So yes, drivers giving it a lot of space at the moment. We mentioned ADAC Motorsport. In free practice on Thursday, they set an unofficial lap record of 121.153. Well, it's not going to be happening during this session with the track conditions as they are. It is an unofficial lap record because it was just a practice testing session. But interesting that they are on the pace straight away, and for a team that are coming into GT Masters, just showing they know what to do already. Lap times, well, they're going to be a lot slower than the 121 in this session, as the track is still very damp and it's probably not going to dry out that much. Although it'll be interesting, if the rain does hold off, in 15 minutes we might be getting a little bit closer to that. At the moment, nobody has put in a representative time. You can see Max Paul at the top of the timesheets for Paul Racing. Well, that happened, that was very briefly, because Marvin Dienst has just jumped up there. But at the moment, a 1:36 is not representative. Max Paul in the Paul Racing Lamborghini Huracan was very rapid and has been very rapid during all the testing sessions so far this week.
I'd expect that if conditions remain in this kind of state, as we see the number 4 car straight on there, Schiller doing a bit of rally crossing at turn 10 there and rejoining in front of the other Drago Zenfio car, the BWT liveried car of Dienst. That was probably a heart-in-the-mouth moment, I would suggest. Here is Albert Costa Balboa then in the Emil Frey Lamborghini. Let's see what kind of lap he puts in on the first time of asking. No purple sectors as yet for Costa Balboa, who of course along with Jack Aitken will be looking to have a really good weekend here. They could do with a couple of podiums and a couple of positive results coming into this one. There is Costa Balboa across the line. A 36.307 puts him top. So even though he had no purple sectors, he goes fastest just by sheer consistency across the lap, and that is a critical factor. However, as we've alluded to this time, and not necessarily representative, I suspect there's another 1 or 2 seconds to come out of these cars yet. The theoretical best time, taking the best sectors from everyone, is a 35.5 out there at the moment. Here comes Dienst. He's the first to go below a 136, a 135.991 for the number 8 driver.
So the car's just trying to get the heat into the tyres. Well, the driver's trying to get heat into the tyres. It's an interesting circuit, this, and particularly into that turn 1, where it is a very tricky turn, which will be interesting when the race starts. It's quite downhill. It was only when walking around it last night you realise quite what a little pinch point that is when the race starts and how a sharper downhill it is. So that'll be an interesting corner when the race starts. This is the view from that wall that we were talking about out on turn 5, and that is one of the yellow Mambas, and I think that's Frankie Bird rotating the car. He's currently showing in 12th in the standings. This is the view from Max Paul's Lamborghini. Interesting that Raffaele Marciello, championship leader, is choosing to go first this weekend, so he will qualify the car. He is qualifying the car, will do the first stint in the race later on today, and it'll be his teammate Daniel Juncadella who will do the qualifying tomorrow.
One advantage for the drivers of cars such as the Mercedes, the Lamborghini, the Audi, is the fact that the cars are naturally aspirated. No turbocharger means that the torque on power, on acceleration, is a little more predictable, a bit less spiky. In a turbocharged car, you can often get a surge suddenly of power through the rear wheels that catches you out in these kind of conditions. I think many a driver prefers a naturally aspirated car in these conditions. Naturally aspirated in layman's terms, meaning the car does not have a turbo. It is all engine power and engine power alone, and it's the 6.2 litre V8 of the Mercedes, 5.2 litre V10s in both the Audi and the Lamborghini. The Audi is the car that now sits on the top of the timing screens. Patrick Niederhauser for Retronic Racing goes top. A 35.768 is the benchmark. Costa Balboa, as you can clearly see, snaking his way through turn 9, is looking to get up to the top of the timing screens for the second time in this session.
And of course, Lamborghini looking for a win. Also, Audi looking for the win. Audi looking for the 50th win in ADAC GT Masters. It's been temptingly close for quite a long time, but those pesky Mercedes have been stealing all the top steps of the podium at the moment. But Audi looking for their 50th win in this series, and surely only a matter of time. Patrick Niederhauser, the 2019 champion, would love to be the man who scores that 50th win in this series. You can see that Tim Zimmermann has gone purple in sector 1. To remind you, purple means that the driver is the quickest of anybody. Green means it's a personal best. Red means that it's nothing particularly spectacular. And sadly for Tim Zimmermann, it's not particularly spectacular in sector 2, but he continues to try and improve. On board with Christian Engelhardt, and the concentration, because you only need to mess this one up. 1 foot in the wrong position and you could end up in the gravel trap, in the wall, and that completely wrecks your weekend, or certainly your day. You get to do it all again tomorrow, but qualifying at the front of the pack really is important in GT Masters, as the cars are often separated by less than a second for the entire grid.
Zimmerman up to 5th place. The middle sector, as you alluded to, wasn't spectacular, but it was good and does move up quite a way in the number 1 car. We get a replay of what we saw Florian Spengler recovering from, that being quite the spectacular loop out of turn 7. A little bit of rally crossing, but rejoins the track safely. Certainly in the Prototype Cup qualifying session that was out on circuit before we went live here in GT Masters, a great many competitors were looping and struggling for traction. That's what we're seeing here. I will say the circuit is drying out a little more than I anticipated. It's now at a point really where a majority of the circuit is merely greasy, the point which drivers absolutely despise trying to do laps, and we'll have to see whether it does dry out any further in the next 8 minutes and 45 seconds. Christian Engelhardt top of the timing screen then on the 35.639. He's about to cross the line. He's got Marvin Dietz behind him as well. What can Dietz do this time? Stays 4th on a 35.979.
So Christian Engelhardt at the top of the standings, the 135.639. It's a Porsche from Audi, from Lamborghini, from Mercedes. So the balance of performance doing a great job. 4 different manufacturers in the top 4. A bit of a slide on there for the Mercedes of the Mad Panda. Going out wide onto the gravel. That's exactly what we were talking about. Just keeping it. Ezequiel Perez Campagne, an experienced driver doing a fair bit of rallycross. Keep the power on and keep it out there. Back onto the track. Oh, there's a car. This is, have you ever seen Dutch reverse car racing? That's a little debut there here at the Lausitzring. Getting the dirt on the tyres, it takes a little while to get that cleaned up, to get the gravel out, and to get the cars back up to speed. And of course, the team will be extracting gravel from the underside of that car once he gets back into the garage. There is the number 4 car, Fabian Schiller, into the pits. Of course, real championship contenders. Looking at our main championship contenders at the moment, well, the leader in the championship, Raffaele Marciello, currently 11th, a 136.503. And our second in the championship, Jules Goudion and Fab Schiller, down in 14th, a 136.694.
Could be looking at a new benchmark set here. Niederhauser 3.5 tenths up on himself in the first 2 sectors alone. He only has to find just over a tenth to go quickest in the session over Engelhardt. So let's see what Niederhauser's lap time looks like when he crosses the line out of the final corner. Will it be a low 35? Niederhauser across the line. It's only a 35.733. So after all of that, he only gains a few hundredths, losing a lot of time then in the final sector to Christian Engelhardt.
So still a majority of the cars are out on the track. I can see just 4 cars in the pits at the moment. So our thoughts that the drivers might just go out and stay out seems to be the way. In a normal dry session, often you'd see it busy at the start, quiet in the middle, and then busy at the end. But it just feels like the drivers are just trucking around, getting more and more heat into the tyres, getting a rhythm, and getting those times down a bit. So into turn 1, we see the 84 car. That is Frankie Bird after that little moment earlier on. And that is a car that is in the pits. And that, of course, is Raffaele Marciello, a driver who is never scared to show his emotions and was happy with his first and second at the Nürburgring last week, and also the 2 pole positions. That was a massive points haul. To remind you, it is a 3 points for pole position, 2 points for second, and a point for third. Also to remind you that drivers who win will carry success ballast in the race the next time around. So the car that won last time out, which was in the hands of Fabian Schiller and Jules Goudion, will be carrying a success ballast, an extra weight of 20 kilos in the race later on today, but not in this qualifying session, as we see Christian Engelhardt continuing to truck away and try to improve on his times.
Yep, just improved, furthered his advantage at the front as one of the Rutronic Audis there rather rudely comes out in front of him, Kim Louis Schramm. Engelhardt, though, improving his time to a 135.596 as we get a replay of, is this the 15 Rutronic Audi? This is Niederhauser, who, of course, currently sits second on our timing screens, pushing it a little bit too hard at turn 3, and he went for a loop. Speaking of going for a loop. Delina in the dynamic Porsche.
Andrew Delina has had a moment. Let's see the reverse again there. Here we go, just losing it, getting out onto the slippery stuff. You can see the dry patches appearing on the track as well. It really is that tricky moment where the drivers are struggling between bits of dry track and bits of wet track, and there's a lot of gravel there as well. Fortunately, he keeps it out of any gravel trap and he doesn't make contact with anything, so he's able to continue on his way. The 33 car into the pits. Thierry Vermeulen, B9 at the moment. We'll be looking to improve on that, but Thierry Vermeulen, along with teammate Matthias Drudy, having a good year this year. It's still Christian Engelhardt who leads the way. Patrick Niederhauser in second. Max Paul up into third place in the number 71 Lamborghini. Keep an eye on Albert Costa Balboa. He is fourth, of course, sharing with Jack Aitken. They want to get back into the championship hunt. They had a sense that they maybe have fallen away from that. They are a little way back in the championship standings. They've got 39 points to make up on the race, on the championship leader, Raffaele Marciello, but they can be doing that. Nicholas Cruton, of course, the double winner, along with teammate Ben Green at the Red Bull Ring, currently doing a personal best in Sector 1, a personal best in Sector 2. Let's see as he comes out onto turn 11 and 12, onto the banked section of the circuit, onto the pit straight, and across the line he comes. Let's see whether he can improve. Nicholas Cruton, well, that's not, it is an improvement, but by not much. He stays in 16th place, and they'll be scratching their heads. How can they improve on that? And that is on board of a moment with Nicholas Cruton.
Yes, I think that was the number 1 Land Audi that went straight on. No, it's a 69 car, okay, so it's Florian Spengler exploring a different chicane down at turn 1. Marshall with the smartphone out to get a close-up of the Audi as it runs past and back onto the circuit. But both BMWs, to your point there with Cruton, seemingly struggling in these conditions. Jesse Krohn in the sister car is down in 21st as well. There's a replay of Florian Spengler's moment there at T1, and just want to say as well that Raffaele Marciello back out on circuit. We saw him in the pits a couple of minutes ago. Raffaele currently only 13th on our timing screens. He is going to want to find some more pace. We said he's very scarcely happy with anything other than a win. If he starts outside the top 10, he will be furious, and he's seesawing at the wheel as they come out of turn 7 and on into 8. Quite a steep braking zone here, could make some good overtaking opportunities when we go racing later on. Power down then into the final sector. What can Marciello do?
So with a minute and 3/4 of this session left, time is suddenly running out for Raffaele Marciello. Sector 1 was not particularly impressive for him. It's a personal best in Sector 2, but there may well be some steering wheel thumping going on and an onboard camera with him. If he doesn't improve on this, he comes out onto the home straight and crosses the line. He's looking to improve on his 13th place. Let's see where he stops the clock. Well, 7th, it's an improvement. It's still not as high as he would like, but it's in a position where he could do a lot more when the race comes along later on this afternoon. Remember, he is also carrying a success ballast of 10 kilograms on account of his second place finish. Well, he will be carrying the success ballast. He's not carrying it in this qualifying session, but the second place at the Nürburgring in race 2 means he has to carry that success ballast in the race. Into the final minute of this qualifying session, it's Christian Engelhardt who still leads the way. It's the Porsche, which has been looking dialed in all session long. 135.596. Patrick Niederhauser second in the Audi, and in third in the Lamborghini, Max Paul. Nobody is looking to be going particularly quick at the moment in terms of improving on their times. Raffaele Marciello, he's trucking along, but he's running out of time, because when the clock strikes 0, any drivers that are on a lap are able to complete it, but that will be the end of the session. It doesn't look to me like Raffaele Marciello has got anything to improve on what is now a P8, because Arthur Rougier, also in the Lamborghini, has jumped up into 6th.
And he's off track there. Was fighting the car every inch of the way. He was massively sideways at turn 6 on corner entry a few moments ago. The checkered flag is out, so this will be his final lap, and we know it's not going to be a special one. I think in general, the conditions are at a point now where really unfortunately, neither wet nor dry tyres work to the optimum because it is so greasy out there. And we saw Marciello trying to push the envelope. He didn't get to send the letter, though. He remains in 8th place because Arthur Rougier has just moved up to 6th.
So Raffaele Marciello, 8th, is the best he is going to manage. It doesn't look like, good news for him, there's anybody who's going to improve behind him. Patrick Niederhauser is still going strong. He's done a purple in Sector 1, so he is still on a lap. That will count. So Patrick Niederhauser, keep an eye on the number 15 Audi. Still got his eyes on that pole position, and that is the number 15 Audi of Patrick Niederhauser that hopefully we will see in a bit. Here's Arthur Rougier crossing the line. He, in the number 19 car. Let's just see what he can do as he stops the clock, and he goes up to P7. So Arthur Rougier does improve, and Marciello, well, I said that no one was going to jump in. They have. He's down to 10th. Here's Patrick Niederhauser. His middle sector wasn't spectacular, 24.391 in the middle sector, but he is hooking it all together. This has been quite quick. Into the final part of the circuit. Out onto the pit straight comes Patrick Niederhauser. Can he do anything about Christian Engelhardt's pole position? He crosses the line. The answer is no. He remains 2nd on the grid.
Yeah, he's looked like he's been losing time to Engelhardt in the final sector throughout the session, and that's once again come to pass at the very death of the session. But Niederhauser, nonetheless, on the front row, that puts him in prime position, as you alluded to take potentially Audi's 50th win. But there's an hour of intense racing to come before he could even consider the podium.
So the qualifying session over, it will be Christian Engelhardt who starts from pole position. He picks up those bonus 3 points for that pole position. Patrick Niederhauser will start 2nd. He'll pick up 2 points for that. And 3rd on the grid will be Max Paul. He will pick up a point for that. But Christian Engelhardt, along with Ian Chen Guven, will be looking for their first win of the season. Unbelievably, they still haven't taken the top step. They've had plenty of podiums, but looking to recover from what was a very difficult final race at the Nürburgring last time out. You can see Christian Engelhardt over the moon. A vastly experienced driver, of course, the 2020 champion of ADAC GT Masters. And he, along with Ian Chen Guven, will be looking to win this race from the front this afternoon.
Engelhardt, a decade ago, took a double win here at the Lausitzring along with Nick Tandy. He'll be looking to replicate that 10 years on, and that would firmly strengthen his and Guven's championship hopes. So
here we are. The classification is Christian Engelhardt, who scores that pole position ahead of Patrick Niederhauser. Max Paul, Albert Costa Balboa, good job from him in 4th, ahead of Marvin Deest, Konsta Lapalainen, Arthur Rougier, and Tim Zimmerman in the defending champion car, the number 1 car. 9th, Fabian Schiller. That's a long way back for 2nd in the championship, but the points leader, Raffaele Marciello, starting just behind them. We'll be keeping an eye on the mid-section of this grid, ahead of Kim-Louis Schramm, Thierry Vermeulen, Yusufa Vega, Frankie Bird in the other of the Yellow Mambas, and the guesting dynamic Porsche, being driven by Adrian Delina, 15th. 16th, Joel Sturm, Florian Spengler, then Niklas Kruten, Ezekiel Perez-Capac, Simon Riker, Jesse Krohn, a long way back for the BMW, and Salman Avega, 22nd and last on the grid. We're looking at a slow-mo of the 3rd place car, Max Paul. He is sharing with Marco Mappelli for Paul Motorsport, that is the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo. 2nd will be Patrick Niederhauser, and he will be sharing with Luca Engsler in the Rutronic Racing Audi. But pole position going to the team U-Sport Wagentechnik Porsche 911 in the hands of Christian Engelhardt. He will be sharing duties with Ian Chen Guven. Could it be that race 9 of this 14-race season will be the race where they finally get their first win of 2022? Find out in just a few hours. It will be lunchtime today. Race 9 of the season for the ADAC GT Masters. Join us here at the Lausitzring. We'll see you then. We are reaching the business end of the 2022 ADAC Formula 4 Championship. After this weekend, there is just one more round left, and with Prema not here at the Lausitzring this weekend, the championship could so easily be turned on its head. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to what is a fairly grey and miserable Lausitzring. We are located in Klettwitz in the state of Brandenburg in East Germany. Conditions are warm, 19.4 degrees centigrade, but they are most certainly not dry. That man there, Taylor Barnard, starting on pole position for this, the first of three F4 races this weekend. And he is on the wet weather tyres, as indeed are the rest of the grid, because it has been raining on and off all morning. These are very, very tricky conditions for the ADAC Formula 4 Germany. It has been dry all week long. In fact, it was a heat wave this week, but the weather broke down late yesterday with drizzle, and overnight we've had heavy rain, and it has been raining on and off today. It is due to clear as the day proceeds, but it ain't gonna clear much in the next half an hour, I don't think. And that is how long this race is going to be. Well, in fact, it's going to be a 27-minute race. Race has been shortened by 3 minutes because of the conditions. The cars are going to have 2 formation laps, just to allow these young drivers to get some heat into the tyres. Look at the level of camber on the number 19 car, Valentin Klus. It just gives you a great indication. It's at an angle there. You see how much camber they're running on the front wheels of these cars as they pull away at a snail's pace because the track is so slippery. It was Taylor Barnard who did a great job in qualifying this morning. He's doing a great job at the moment. He's arriving at turn 1 before the rest of them are even rolling. This is the first of the 2 formation laps for the ADAC Formula 4. It is race 13 of an 18-race season, and we have 3 races this weekend. Race 1 today. Race 2 will be tomorrow morning, and then race 3, which, if you're new to Formula 4, the exciting bit is the top 8 from race 2 are reversed. That's the top 8 finishers to form the grid for race 3. So the winner of race 2 starting 8th on the grid for race 3, and that always presents excitement. As previously mentioned, Prema are not here this weekend, which means the top 2 in the championship, Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Rafael Camara, are not in attendance. And although Andrea Kimi Antonelli has a monstrous lead in the Drivers' Championship of 98 points, Taylor Barnard must be rubbing his hands together because he has a great opportunity to close in at the top of that championship with the Prema cars not being here. And he's done the best possible job at the start by putting the car on pole position. And if he can finish, that'll be 25 points out of that, well, it's a 102-point deficit between first and third, which is where Taylor Barnard is in the championship. And of course, if he can do the same in the next couple of races, suddenly it will be game on. And anybody who thinks that Kimi Antonelli, when he returns, if he returns to the next round at Nürburgring, will just carry on as he left off. I have to remind you, last time out at the Nürburgring, he didn't find it that easy. And in fact, Taylor Barnard was doing much of the winning. And there is a car that has already run off the track. That's the driver that we welcome to the series here, Ruiki Li. The Chinese driver who's joined us racing and making his debut here. And the wet conditions, well, it's a baptism. I'd say it's a baptism of fire. It's a baptism of water for Ruiki Li. A little bit of a trip across the gravel. No harm done. He's a driver who's come from karting, so he should know how to hang the back end out a bit, but these cars are an altogether different experience from karting, so I'm told, not that I've tried either. Taylor Barnard is the pole sitter, though. Let's have a look at the starting grid, and it is Taylor Barnard who starts on pole position. Kasper Stuker for Us Racing, we welcome him back for the 2nd time this year alongside Nikita Bedrin, one of the entertainers of Formula 4 Germany, is alongside Valentin Klus, and Rasmus Jutz-Simmies lines up alongside Zach David. We welcome Zach David to the grid of Formula 4 this year. Jonas Reed and Nandavid Birnbachdi are on row 4, and on row 5, Michael Sauter and Ruiki Li in the other of the Us Racing cars, and bringing up the rear, Samir Ben for Genza Motorsport. Not the largest grid you've ever seen in Formula 4, but size doesn't mean anything. And I'm just looking, there's cars going backwards. I'm just looking out the commentary box window. There's a car backwards, and it wasn't that one. Car 37. So Kasper Stuka, the driver who's starting on the front row, and that's the one I saw out the window. Car that has done a complete turnaround, and that is Samir Ben, the Swiss driver, being caught out by these conditions. So despite the fact, and in fact, the car behind taking avoiding action, that looks like Michael Sauter to me, taking avoiding action. So high drama indeed. In fact, I think it might have been Samir Ben. But high drama indeed, as cars are spinning, and we haven't even got the race underway yet. As you can see, that is the point standing. Antonelli, Kamara, Larson, Wirtz and Wharton are all not here. So it is, well, hopefully, it's going to be a feast for Taylor Barnard. The British driver will probably think Christmas has come early, particularly if all the cars behind can eliminate themselves in these slippery conditions. That was the 2 formation laps. If the race is half as exciting as those formation laps, we are in for quite a treat. 27 minutes of slippery and sliding ADAC Formula 4 Germany lies ahead of us at this circuit. We're at the Lausitzring, a track that is 3.478 kilometers around, equates to about 2.16 miles, as we see Valentin Kloos just rejoining after his little moment. The circuit has 12 turns, 7 to the left and 5 to the right. The driver's running in an anti-clockwise direction, so if the water wasn't enough to throw them, they're also running the other way round of what they're used to. So the field has passed Valentin Kloos, so I am thinking he is going to have to join at the back because he spun from his position, but he can't retake his position in the pack once the pack has gone past him. We have indication from the back that all are present correct. All engines are running. Whether they all make it around turn 1 remains to be seen. The red lights are out. The car's wheel spinning. Well, Kasper Stuka not doing anything. He has gone to a complete stop. And of course, he's blocked Zach David behind him. But look who's got the jump into turn 1. Nikita Bedrin. What a great start from him. He has been an entertainer all season long. And that's exactly what Taylor Barnard did not want to see. The young driver of the number 15 car getting the jump into turn 1. So here come the rest of the cars. You can see from the view on the camera lens that the rain is still falling. Onto part of the tri-oval, of course, this circuit at the Lausitzring. Initially a tri-oval and then a road course built within it, but we do use sections of the tri-oval. The tri-oval itself surrounded by a very solid and very unmovable concrete wall, and drivers getting a slide on further back, and that was Samir Ben, whose adventures continue. Now Valentin Kloos, one of 2 German drivers, and there is the other one, Jonas Reed. So they're both having problems, and Jonas Reed looks like he might have a bit of damage. Keep an eye, though, on Kasper Stuka, trying to work his way back through the field. So all that hard work in qualifying, and these cars are completely jumbled up on the first corner as they try to negotiate the slippery turns of the Lausitzring. And that's a nice bit of drifting from Jonas Reed. Unfortunately, it went just a little bit too far round. He gets onto the gravel trap. The important bit is it doesn't look like he's damaged the front wing. Those are normally the first to go when they get out on the gravel. There's a car out on track. We haven't got safety car indicated, but there is a car escorting out on track. A bit of confusion there. It's Nikita Bedrin who's leading the way. Taylor Barnard in second, 1.6 seconds behind. And then Rasmus Ute-Simmies in third, ahead of Michael Sauter. And Michael Sauter, the privateer, the father-son team, and Michael, who is an ever-improving force in ADAC Formula 4 Germany, doing well up into P4 and looking to have got a good handle on these wet conditions. So Nikita Bedrin leading Taylor Barnard, and both of those drivers for PHM Racing, and PHM, who have been really committed to the ADAC Formula 4 Germany Championship this year, and we thank them for that. So tiptoeing around the corners, Nikita Bedrin, who is still looking for his first win this year in the ADAC Formula 4. Taylor Barnard, who won 2 of the last 3 races, both that were at the Nürburgring last time we saw them, which was 2 weeks ago. Tiptoeing around the slightly banked turn 11, turn 12, and you get a great perspective of the tri-oval circuit as we look along the pit straight. This is the position on the circuit that creates the best opportunities for overtaking, but it's a brave man who steps out of the gloom and the spray and the mist to overtake around here. And that corner into turn 1 is quite tricky. You can see it's fairly downhill as Mikael Sauter up into 3rd place, relegating Rasmus Simis to P4. So Mikael Sauter, driver in his 2nd year of ADAC Formula 4 Germany, who really seems to be the one who has got to grips with these conditions the best. Rasmus Simis looking to come back in the number 24 Genza Motorsport car. Genza, another team who we've enjoyed all year long in the ADAC Formula 4 Germany. So tiptoeing around, there is Mikael Sauter in P3. He certainly seems to be the man on a mission. Our leader is the fastest car on the track, 137.986. Of course, Nikita Bedrin has the benefit of a clear track in front of him. Mikael Sauter, after such a strong performance, gets it all wrong, off into the gravel track. Come on, keep it going, keep that foot down. And he is going to have dropped a long way back. So Mikael Sauter, after such a solid start, but there's cars in front of him going off as well. So Kasper Stuka, and he's having quite an adventure here at the Lausitzring this weekend. And that means that Mikael Sauter will have dropped back to, I'm guessing, about 6th place. Nikita Bedrin still leads the way, sliding his way into turn 1. And then it's Taylor Barnard, then Rasmus Simis, Kasper Stuka, and it looks like Mikael Sauter, although he's lost a fair bit of position because of that little moment into the gravel, he is still in a good points-paying position. We're having a look again at the start, and you can see that the inside row got off very nicely. The outside row kind of went nowhere, and that was a result of Kasper Stuka not getting away. And it was Valentin Kloos behind, who... it was Zach David who actually ducked out, so Valentin Kloos was blocked as well. And that really was a traumatic start. These drivers getting these Formula 4 cars rolling, and with pretty well 0 traction as well. And then we look again at a replay of the cars into turn 1. And it really is a steep learning curve for these drivers, the stars of the future, very much the drivers that we will be seeing in the senior formulas in years to come. And there is a replay of Mikael Sauter into the Kitty Litty. Fortunately, wise enough to know that if you keep the power on, you can potentially rejoin the track. Of course, there are some circuits where once you are into the gravel trap, you're not coming out again. Zandvoort is one of them. Here, just keeping it going, and even the leader, Nikita Bedrin, having a bit of a slide on. The PHM Racing driver still leading the way, and 6.2 seconds over Taylor Barnard, so he really has got to grips, you pardon the pun, with these conditions and stretched his legs at the front. And the fighting continues further back. Nandavid Birimbakdi, the Thai driver for Genza Motorsport, in 7th place. And Zach David in the number 30 car. So Zach David, having made some good progress after early dramas, sees a gap on the inside of Nandavid Birimbakdi. But Birnbachty still holding on to that 7th place. And Zach David, Maltese driver. Well, actually, he's Malta-based. He's a Filipino driver who's Maltese-based, and he's part of the Sauber karting team, making his debut in the ADAC Formula 4 this year. He's just turned 15 years old, so this is a steep learning curve, and I'll tell you what, he's doing well. And what a way to learn in the wet at the Lausitzring with a very solid concrete wall on the outside as well. And this is the way to do it, isn't it? So the 26 car, David Birnbachty fighting for all he's worth, but great stuff from Zach David. Of course, being careful not to make contact, not only with the wall, but to not make contact with each other. Lose a front wing, your race is going to be pretty well over, because you'll need to visit the pits. Now, along the pit straight we come. And Birnbachty holding on to that position, but Zach David looks to the inside. Birnbachty tries to shut the door. There's a spun Genza car in front who rejoins. Samir Ben, who has had a fair amount of time rotating already, and Jonas Reed comes tiptoeing through. So we've lost Valentin Kloos some time ago. We saw that with him going slowly. Right, this is the battle we've been focusing on. It's the battle of 7th place. David Birnbachty, Zach David to the inside. Great mature driving from these drivers. We said that. Let's just make sure they don't drive into each other. Still, Birnbachty holding on to that position. But Zach David making his debut in the ADAC Formula 4 Germany, and really showing a great deal of maturity the way he's handling these conditions. And talking to drivers in more senior classes that are racing this weekend, and they say the conditions are treacherous. So for these young drivers who are relatively inexperienced, it is something else, but they run side by side. It was a great slide from David Birnbachty, not necessarily the quickest way around the corner. He's still holding off Zach David. Finally, Zach David slithers his way through into turn 11. Now, can Birnbachty come back at him? Looks like he's going to give it a try up into turn 12, onto the tri-oval, and along the pit straight they come. There will be an element of slipstream here as well, so David Birnbachty relegated down into 8th place, but look, Jonas Reed coming in as well. They know no fear. So Jonas Reed now filling the mirrors of David Birnbachty. So having been in a position where he was defending from Zach David, he's now defending from Jonas Reed and looking to be relegated another spot if he's not careful, because Jonas Reed, recovering from early excitement, finds a route through. And now Samir Ben, who's done a fair few spins, but he's done a good job catching up again, is winding up to pass David Birnbachty. An unusual line into the corner, but it seems to work. He finds some grip somewhere. Birnbachty sliding, as indeed do all the cars behind, in fact. But Samir Ben doing a lovely bit of drifting as well. If you're wondering what's happening up front, the reason we're not showing you anything is that Nikita Bedrin is running on his own. Some 6 seconds ahead of Taylor Barnard, and showing great maturity. Here we come again to the inside. This time it's Ricky Lee looking to the inside as Samir Ben, and that is Ricky Lee going around. He rejoins, and when the track dries out, it's going to feel like Christmas, I should think, because this is proving to be quite a challenge for these young drivers. We are at the halfway point of the race, and it is still Nikita Bedrin who leads the way. He's just opened up his lead by about another, well over a second over Taylor Barnard. So really taking this by the scruff of the neck as we look again at David Birnbachty and Zach David's battle. And great driving. So many times we've seen fights like this where drivers have ended up losing a front wing or damaging each other, but they gave each other the space that they needed, just enough, not too much, avoiding the car pointing in the wrong direction. And that really was a little bit of a sketchy rejoin, but it all happens, no harm. And Zach David has that 6th place. Ahead of him is Michael Sauter, but he is a long way ahead of Zach David, about 20 seconds ahead. So the man running on his own, Nikita Bedrin for PHM Racing, the driver who is racing under the Italian flag this year, looking for his first win in ADAC Formula 4 2022, and going all the right ways about it. Taylor Barnard, who really needed to take a win here to get himself back into the championship hunt, but has dropped back some 8 seconds now into the clutches of Rasmus Utsimiz and Kasper Stuka. So Taylor Barnard will have his mirrors filled before too long, and the pressure will be on. Having said that, actually looking at the timing screens, Utsimiz is a fair way back from Barnard, so maybe if he can just hold it together for the next 13 minutes, 2nd place will still be a good points haul. We are into 13 minutes remaining of this race. Nikita Bedrin leading from Taylor Barnard, Rasmus Utsimiz, Kasper Stuka, Michael Sauter and Zach David rounding out the top 6. Then it's Jonas Reed, Samir Ben and David Berenbakti, Ricky Lee, beg your pardon, and Valentin Kloos, who is showing as a non-runner now. So the challenge continues. The number 24 car, Rasmus Utsimiz, with the attention from Kasper Stuka behind. Kasper Stuka, who started this race on the front row, but one of many drivers to have struggled with these conditions, but now fighting back. Kasper Stuka to the inside, and Rasmus Utsimiz, the much faster outside line through. But now Michael Sauter getting involved as well. So Michael Sauter, a driver who just gets better and better the more we see him. When he started in ADAC Formula 4 Germany, it's fair to say he was fairly timid, but now has really gained some experience and is proving to be a real star as he comes back from that earlier moment into the gravel trap. Kasper Stuka down to P5, Michael Sauter up to P4. Sauter, he's coming back. Ahead of him is Rasmus Utsimiz. And Kasper Stuka is down a position. It's been really good to welcome Us Racing back to the Formula 4 category for this event. And Kasper Stuka, one of 3 Us Racing cars. Really a team who, along Gerhard Unger and Ralf Schumacher, are very much about developing young talent, and so many talented drivers who have come through their ranks. And Kasper Stuka, one of many that they have trained and mentored over the years. This is a great fight. And it is Rasmus Utsimiz in the last of the podium positions. Michael Sauter, who will be frustrated at that early mistake that saw him going off into the gravel trap. He sees a gap on the inside. The inside becomes the outside. And then he switches back to the inside. What a great move from Michael Sauter. He can't quite make it stick though, or can he? He comes sweeping around Rasmus Utsimiz, and Michael Sauter back up into 3rd place, but once again he throws it away, going wide on the corner. And suddenly Kasper Stuka is through as well. If you could see his feet, they'd probably be kicking himself, but you can't. And there's still Rasmus Utsimiz, who keeps it all together and holds on to that last of those podium positions. So now Michael Sauter, he's got 10 minutes to do all that hard work again to get back on the podium. Kasper Stuka, though, lining up Utsimiz. A bit of a twitch under braking. And you can see how wet it is by the amount of rain just on the camera lens. Here's a replay of Michael Sauter's little moment. He goes to the inside, and it is so slippery out there, particularly off the racing line. And he makes the move, but he can't get it slowed down enough into the corner, and suddenly leaves a wide gap on the inside, and the 2 cars behind come sailing through. Michael Sauter has all that hard work to do again. So back down to P5 goes Sauter, but I'm sure he's not settling for that. The 1-2 running very much on their own. Nikita Bedrin leading by 11.742 seconds. And Taylor Barnard now 17 seconds ahead of the fight for third that we've been watching. Here is second place Taylor Barnard. A relatively lonely race, and he has nothing behind, particularly anybody there. There we are, there he is. There is third place, all the way back there. In fact, I think that might even be a back marker. So far back is that car. That is the Rasmus Simi's car in third, which is the battle that we have been watching and gripped by all race long. Here comes Rasmus Simis, Kasper Stuka, and Mikhail Sauter into turn one. Down the little hill, clip the curb. Don't take too much curb because they're not very grippy in these conditions. But Rasmus Simis has been very much keeping his head together and dealing with these conditions in a very mature fashion. Nothing wild, nothing crazy, keeping it pointing in the right direction. He started 5th on the grid. He's made his way up into 3rd. He's had many, many attacks on that 3rd position. And here comes the next one. It's Kasper Stuka, once again lining up the number 24 car of Rasmus Simis. And once again, Mikhail Sauter keeping them very much in his line of sight. Now, can Sauter get involved once again? I think he probably could, because he really does have a good feel for these conditions. Simis in P3. This is the fight for 3rd place that we're witnessing. Rasmus Simis, Kasper Stuka, and Sauter. Well, I put the kiss of death on him there, didn't I, by saying he had a really good feel for these conditions. And he goes wide. So Mikhail Sauter, once again, doing a little bit of grass track racing, and surely that will have dropped him back now far enough that he's going to struggle to challenge for 3rd in the next 6 3/4 minutes. And that releases Kasper Stuka, because he can now make a challenge on Rasmus Simis with a lot less of a risk of losing that position. There's Valentin Kloos, who we thought had retired from the race. He's been into the pits. He's showing as 11 laps down. So Valentin Kloos is back in. A bit of running, a bit of experience in these conditions could stand him in very good stead, taking into account the weather forecast for this weekend, because this might not be the only race that is held in the wet. Valentin Kloos, another driver who's just turned 15 in the last few months and has joined this series part way through. But the man of the moment, leading by nearly 20 seconds, is Nikita Bedrin for PHM Racing. He comes across to complete another lap. And we'll just have a look as he crosses the line, and we'll see how big that gap is to Taylor Barnard in 2nd place. So the clock is now running. And Bedrin's across. Go and make yourself a cup of tea. We'll come back again in a minute. Oh, we're not going to see. We'll have a look at the timing screens. And the gap between 1st and 2nd, well, it's big. Let's put it that way. I'm still waiting for him to cross. Oh, 15.5 seconds. Okay. So it's still big enough. 15.5 seconds. I think any driver will take that as a lead over 2nd place. So Taylor Barnard well ahead. And then Rasmus Simis some 15 seconds behind them as well. So the 1, 2, 3 very well spaced out, but the fight for 3rd is by no means over. It's Simis at the moment, but Kasper Stuka has got his eyes on a podium position. He only did 2 races out of 3 at Spa, and he's only done the season opener as Kasper Stuka, but he got a 2nd place there, so clearly pretty useful. And Us Racing would not be championing him if he was anything other than a potential superstar. A potential superstar, and someone who is a current superstar, Nikita Bedrin, out on his own. 15.5 seconds to the good of Taylor Barnard. tiptoeing his way around. The gaps ever changing between the cars, mainly because of the very sketchy conditions that we're enjoying here at the Lausitzring. The memories of the heat wave earlier this week seem very distant indeed. Across the line comes Bedrin. It was 15.5 last time around. What will it be this time? Place your bets. There's a fair old weight, whatever it is. Taylor Barnard, here he comes, out of the gloom and the mist. If he had headlights, they'd be blazing. Across the line he comes, 16.037. So once again, Bedrin opening up that gap. And then another long wait before third place emerges from the fog. And it's Rasmus Utsimies, 31 seconds off the lead. And it really does look like Kasper Stuka's challenge for that third place has run its course as Stuka drops back. Mikael Sauter, it looks like fifth place might be the best he is going to get today. And it will still be by far his best result of the season if he brings it home in fifth place and a nice haul of points. Zach David will be next. So Rasmus Utsimies did all that he needed to do because he has had the full onslaught of drivers trying to get past him, mainly Kasper Stuka and Mikael Sauter, but now running very much out on his own. And Rasmus Utsimies, who's also the fastest rookie driver. So leading the rookie category, third. The second rookie is Zach David. He's running in sixth place on the road. And David Birenbakti, who's working his way back up through the pack, is up in eighth. And he is third in the rookies in this race. We are approaching the final 2 minutes of this race 13 of an 18 race season for the ADAC Formula 4 Germany. And it's Nikita Bedrin who leads the way from Taylor Barnard, Rasmus Utsimies and Kasper Stuka. Mikael Sauter, Zach David, Jonas Reed and David Birenbakti. Had a Samir Ben, Ricky Lee and Valentin Kloos, who is still circulating, but very much as a test session. He is showing as some 11 laps down. Conditions aren't improving, are they? And Sauter, you can see just how cautious he's having to be. And you don't get an appreciation of how much of a drop that is into turn one. You don't get an appreciation of how hard it is to keep it on the track. David Birenbakti, having worked so hard to get past Samir Ben, will find himself relegated back down the order. Valentin Kloos back into the pits. I should think, even for a test session, it's probably a little bit too much. Clearly some issues with that car that the team are working on. And Valentin Kloos, who has been excellent on his debut here in ADAC Formula 4. This is just his third event in the series. We got a yellow flag in turn 3. I'm looking to see who that is. That's now cleared, so somebody doing a bit of rallycross. And is that Birenbakti going wide? We're into the final lap of the race, and I should think the checkered flag can't come soon enough for these drivers because it has been a race of endurance. So David Birenbakti has joined in front of Ricky Lee, who is in 10th place. So David Birenbakti back down to 9th, and who's that that's spun around? It's one of the PHM cars. Now, who is it? Is that anybody significant? Yes, it is. It's Jonas Reed, who was in 7th place. He rejoins just in front of Samir Ben. And I should think anybody who can just keep it pointing in the right direction is probably going to get a really good haul of points today, because there has been an awful lot of action as we look again at David Birenbakti locking it up into turn 1. Trying to find some grip. There's definitely none to be had out on the green stuff. And that is Jonas Reed doing a beautiful pirouette through our smeared and wet camera lens. Thank you to our cameramen who bring us these pictures in what are challenging conditions today. But Nikita Bedrin is on his final lap, and he's into the final couple of corners. Up into turn 11 he comes. Nikita Bedrin, he's led from lights, and it's going to be a lights to flag victory for the number 15 car. Out across the line he comes. It's Nikita Bedrin who wins race 13 of an 18-race season for the ADAC Formula 4 Germany. It's the first of 3 races this weekend, and I should think that all of these drivers, maybe with the exception of Nikita Bedrin, will be praying for a dry line for the next 2 races. There's 2 races remaining this weekend for the F4 Germany, and they will both be tomorrow. And who knows what the weather will do. The forecast says there is potential for showers tomorrow, but who knows? Here comes 2nd place Taylor Barnard, and 3rd place Rasmus Simmies, and he earned that 3rd place. He really did. Taylor Barnard takes a big chunk out of the lead of Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Rafael Camara in 2nd. And in fact, that will elevate Taylor Barnard up into 2nd in the Drivers' Championship, because 18 points for 2nd place, and that is a good points haul for Taylor Barnard. But I can't help feeling he will be disappointed that he couldn't turn that pole position into a win. But 2nd place is better than a non-finish in these conditions. The PHM Racing team bringing home a 1-2 ahead of Rasmus Simmies for Genza Motorsport in 3rd place. Kasper Stuka, the highest of the US Racing cars, in 4th. And then in 5th place, someone who has entertained us all race long, always does, Michael Sauter for Sauter Racing. In 5th place, Zach David in 6th. And Jonas Reed, 7th, ahead of Samir Ben. Nandavid Birenbakti in 9th. And then Ricky Lee in 10th on his debut, ahead of Valentin Kloos, who was many laps down, 13 laps down to be precise. So that might have looked easy with a relatively small pack of cards, but it really wasn't. That took every bit of skill that these drivers could lay their hands on.
Very good. That was difficult, huh?
That was indeed difficult.
I had so much oversteer, there's no point to crash the car, especially when I'm fighting.
So you could hear Taylor Barnard saying he had so much oversteer. Understandable in these conditions, the car just not wanting to turn in to the corners. And of course, all the testing and the practice these drivers did was in the dry. All the setting up was in the dry. For many of these drivers, for most of these drivers, you know, it's the first time they will have been to the Lausitzring this weekend. So a new circuit to learn as well. As Rasmus Simmies jumps on the scales. It's not that he's watching his weight, it is because the weight is monitored and regulated, the car and driver. Oh, he's almost as light as me. And I'd say he earned that 3rd place, Rasmus Simmies. The Finnish driver, that was by far his best result of the year as well, a 5th being the best that Simmies has had up until now. It's Nikita Bedrin who takes the win ahead of Taylor Barnard, Rasmus Simmies, Kasper Stuka, Michael Sauter, Zach David, Jonas Reed, and Samir Ben rounding out the top 8. And 9th was Nandavid Birenbakti ahead of Ricky Lee, with Valentin Kloos eventually calling it a day and retiring back to the pits for a nice warm shower, I would not doubt, because the rain is coming down. And the temperature is still actually quite high, but conditions have been challenging. And the man in 3rd place, Rasmus Simmies, he withstood all sorts of challenges on that final podium position. Taylor Barnard, who started in pole position, got the jump at the start, and then was beaten by Nikita Bedrin to come home in second place for PHM Racing. But the driver who just held it all together while everyone else was slipping and sliding around, Nikita Bedrin, taking the top step of the podium and a win, his first win for PHM Racing. So congratulations from the PHM team, a 1-2. But it was last year's rookie champion, Nikita Bedrin, who brought it home first to take the win, ahead of Britain's Taylor Barnard. Taylor, one of the real up-and-coming superstars, and has come through the Rosberg Racing Academy. He's an ex-karting world champion, and just getting better as the season progresses. And I think these conditions are very much challenging him, testing everything that he knows. And then that fight for third place going the way of Rasmus Simmies in the end.
B1, B2.
B1, B2, indeed. You may well shout about that, because that's a great job for PHM Racing. Of course, they've risen very much from what was ADAC Motorsport. And they are proving to be very successful indeed. PHM Racing with 4 cars here this weekend. Ricky Lee was not one of them. That was these for us racing. Jonas Reed, of course, was the other. Valentin Kloos as well. So you can see how challenging those conditions have been just by the amount of water on the track. And this really has tested these young drivers in every way possible. We're just waiting for them to get up onto the podium to receive their trophies. Rasmus Simmies wins the rookie race. Zach David second in category. Nandavid Burambakti third. Ricky Lee on his debut fourth in the rookie category. But it's the overall driver's win that we're looking for. And very shortly, the 1, 2, 3 will join us on the podium. And the PHM team will have a lot to celebrate as they turn their focus to tomorrow's race. Here's third place, Rasmus Simmies. Boy, did he have to work hard for that. He kept it together while those around him spun. Second, Taylor Barnard from the UK, but taking the top step of the podium, Nikita Bedrin. And now we await a representative from PHM Racing. And then, in a few moments, we should be ready for the Italian national anthem. Nikita Bedrin taking his first win of 2022 in the ADAC Formula 4 Championship. Not his first overall, because last year he got a win at Hockenheim and a win at the Nürburgring, but his first this year, and one that really has shown off his skill as he mastered these conditions. Taylor Barnard happy with the second. And Rasmus Simmies looking thoroughly disgruntled with third. And clearly feels as though he could have done better. But from the third row, fifth on the grid, he did very well. And there is a trophy for PHM Racing, the team that are nurturing these drivers through the ADAC Formula 4 Germany. The superstars of tomorrow this is where it all starts in the ADAC Formula 4 Germany. They get to do it all again twice more this weekend because we have race 2 tomorrow morning and race 3 tomorrow afternoon. Who knows what the weather conditions are going to be? It says there might be rain and it says there might not be. Whichever way, these drivers are going to be challenged here at the Lausitzring for what will be races 14 and 15 of this 18 race season. There is confirmation of the points. Taylor Barnard jumps up into second, deposing Rafael Camara. But still a lot of work to do if he wants to close in on Andrea Kimi Antonelli. But the celebration starts on this, the penultimate round of the ADAC Formula 4 Germany season of 2022. It will be race 2 tomorrow. Who knows what the conditions will be like? It will be entertaining. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. After the glorious sunshine of the Nürburgring, we're greeted by the rain, the gloom and the grey skies. We are at the Lausitzring. We weren't expecting this when they said we were coming here in August. Hello everybody, welcome to round 5 of the ADAC GT Masters. The drivers fighting for the title of German GT champion. As you can see, the rain is falling. The temperature is pretty high, 19.4 degrees centigrade, but it has been raining pretty well all morning. This week, well, it's been something of a heat wave here at the Lausitzring, and yesterday in testing and in free practice, glorious weather. But today, race day, the rain has started falling, and it's really messed things up a bit for some of the drivers. It's scrambled up the qualifying. And it's Christian Engelhardt who has qualified on pole position in the Team Sportwagen Technik Porsche, looking for his first win of the season. The 2020 champion, loving these wet conditions apparently, as indeed does the Porsche. That is the car that Christian Engelhardt will be driving for Team Sportwagen Technik alongside Ayanchen Guven. Something of a baptism of fire for Guven though. That is the points championship situation at the moment. It's Raffaele Marciello who leads the way. He was 4th going into the Nürburgring 2 weeks ago in the point standings, but a first, a second and 2 pole positions has seen him shoot to the top of the point standings, and he is in a very strong position for the title. Having said that, a really difficult qualifying session this morning sees him all the way down in 9th position. Adam Weller, it really is game on for the 2022 season championship.
Well, we thought coming out of the Nürburgring, Brian, that perhaps Raffaele Marciello was about to start a rich vein of form, but that hasn't seemingly been the case, at least in qualifying. I gather he didn't have the most successful of Thursdays or Fridays here at the Lausitzring either. Qualifying this morning in what was, I'd say, largely greasy conditions. Didn't really go his way either in the 48 car, of course, now joined by Daniel Juncadella. So Engelhardt and Guven from that pole position slot will be fancying their chances at closing in the deficit to the Swiss.
Yes, it has been musical chairs in the man-filtered Team Langraf Mercedes, hasn't it? We started the season with Jonathan Aberdeen. He was alongside Marciello at Oschersleben and Red Bull. I think it's fair to say that it wasn't a relationship that was made in heaven. Then Lorenzo Ferrari came into that seat alongside Raffaele Marciello at Zandvoort. Then we have Mauro Engel, the Nürburgring 2 weeks ago, and now we have Daniel Juncadella. And we were saying this earlier, that it seems like a very logical partnership. Juncadella and Marciello have been very strong together. In fact, they won the Spa 24-hour race together only a few weeks ago. Juncadella, who had been alongside Jan Marszałkowski in the Drago Racing Team ZVO, jumping across to Marciello. I would say the partnership is as strong as the Mauro Engel-Marciello partnership.
I wonder what Raffaele Marciello would have made of it if you told him at the end of 2012 that one day he and Daniel Juncadella would be working together. Back then they were title rivals in FIA Formula 3. Juncadella came out on top that time. But now they are a united front to try and get Marciello his Drivers' Championship, along with, of course, Landgraf, who would love to get that trophy on their mantle.
You're looking there at the number 71 Paul Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan. Max Paul has been something of a superstar in many of the testing and free practice sessions here at Lausitzring this week. He's qualified 3rd on the grid, but you feel that the weather maybe will not favour the Lamborghini as much as maybe some of the other manufacturers.
Yes, I have heard before from a couple of drivers based back home in the UK that Lamborghini can be a bit of an adventure in the wet conditions. Of course, we get a lot of those in the UK. But we will have to see whether or not Max Paul can use his familiarity with car and track to be up there. There is another new face and another new colour scheme.
Yes, Marvin Dietz, who jumps into the vacant Daniel Juncadella seat, and it's great to welcome Marvin back to the GT Masters. He is a previous race winner in GT Masters. He won at Sachsenring in 2020. He is the 2015 ADAC Formula 4 champion. He won that with 8 wins. He's also doing double duty with prototypes this weekend, but this very much in his focus. Jan Marszałkowski well, he's probably a little bit nervous when he sees these weather conditions. The last time it was greasy, it did not end well, but Marszałkowski is an absolute rising star in GT Masters. And I think that with Marvin Dienst alongside him as a partner, in a way, it takes the pressure off Jan Marszałkowski and allows him maybe just to spread his wings a little bit more.
Possibly, yes. I can see the logic behind that. Certainly Marszałkowski hasn't had it easy so far this season. It's been a year of trials and tribulations for him, and I think everyone in the paddock would breathe a collective sigh of relief on his behalf if he gets a good solid weekend here at the Lausitzring. It's such a dent on a driver's confidence if you do have bad weekend after bad weekend. Of course, Zandvoort, we saw what happened there in the slippery conditions on the formation lap for race one. Barely got 4 corners in, did Lucas Stoltz even at the Nürburgring at one point. It's been a rough time for the 8 car, and they'll be looking to try and match the form we've seen out of this car, the number 4, Fabian Schiller, starting this one from P9.
Well, starting on the 3rd row is what Marvin Dienst is, so it should be a good position. There is the car that we've been talking about, 10th, not 9th. I'm reading the grid the wrong way around. Raffaele Marciello, he's got an awful lot of work to do from there. He is leading the points championship. Jules Gounon and Fabian Schiller are 16 points behind him, but they are starting in front of him on the track, so that could be exciting. Of course, Raffaele Marciello and Jules Gounon were teammates at the aforementioned Spa 24, but I don't think there'll be any love lost between them here because there is a championship at stake. Kim-Louis Schramm, he was in the wars a little bit at Nürburgring last time out, and he will be looking for a good weekend here. Of the other parish notices, before we get the engines running, we have Juuso Puhakka joining us in the Mad Panda Mercedes. Great to welcome him. The 23-year-old Finnish driver who is alongside Ezequiel Perez-Campagne. We had Maxi Goertz in that seat at the Nürburgring, but great to have Puhakka here, and hopefully he will be here for the rest of the season, a real talent in GT3 racing. We also welcome to the grid Dynamic Motorsports. Great to welcome a new team. They're doing this as a guest appearance with the potential of maybe doing a full season in 2023. They may be guesting, but they are experienced pioneers in GT racing at Dynamic Motorsport, and they have 2 great drivers in Klaus Bachler. We welcome Klausy Mousy back to the grid in 2022, and Adrian Delina, 2 really talented drivers.
Yeah, 2 drivers with a lot of experience under the hats, and Dynamic Motorsports team that often does well in the rain as well. So keep an eye on the green and black Porsche. We got a look at Frankie Bird there in the sister Landgraf Mercedes, the second of the Man Filter Mambas. I tell you what, Man Filter is the colour to have here in the stands. I actually must say it's like having a Liverpool Man United game, except it's not red, it's all yellow. The Man Filter hats are absolutely everywhere as we look at Joel Sturm in the Allied Porsche.
Talking to Elias Seppänen yesterday, he said a top 10 finish would be a result for them. They came so close to making it on to the podium at the Nürburgring, but for a visit to the penalty box. The grid girls are on the track, and very, very shortly we will be bringing you the grid lineup for this, which is race 9 of a 14-race season for the ADAC GT Masters. It is round 5 of the 7 rounds this season, where we will discover the identity of the 2020 champion. So, taking a look at the grid, it is Christian Eckhardt and Heinz-Jan Guven scoring their first pole position of the year, with Patrick Niederhauser alongside Max Paul and Albert Costa Balboa line up on row 2, and then Marvin Dienst and Konsta Lappalainen on row 3 of the grid. Row 4, Arthur Rougier and Tim Zimmermann in the Audi, and then on row 5 is Fabian Schiller, Raffaele Marciello, the 2 championship title fighters. Also, Kim-Louis Schramm and Thierry Vermeulen towards the front end of the grid on row 6. Row 7, Yusuf Vega and another of the Yellow Mambas with Frank Bird at the wheel. Adrian Delina guesting alongside Joel Sturm on row 8, and on row 9, Florian Spengler and Niklas Kruten. The BMW struggling a little bit here in these conditions. Ezequiel Perez-Campagne and Simon Riker on row 10, and then on row 11, Jesse Krohn, the other of the BMWs, and Salmon Ovega in the Monster Class by Land Audi. It has been a challenging qualifying session for the BMWs.
Yeah, both of the BMs seem to struggle, and that's been the case in a few of the qualifying sessions so far this year. The BMW has looked stronger to me on race pace by and large this season. We'll have to see what Cruton can do on the first lap, and Jesse Krohn for that matter, both there on the final 3 rows of the grid. We've had the bulletin up that there will be 2 formation laps for this as well for this race, and that is pretty much standard protocol when we've got conditions like this. Gives drivers a chance to see where the danger zones may be before they bear down on them at well over 200 kilometers an hour.
Yes, in 2020, when the season was much later because of COVID, of course, we had a lot of races in October and November. It almost became the norm, 2 formation laps, as the instructions are given for the drivers to start their engines. But in these conditions, I should think both of those laps will be critical to get heat into the tyres, into the brakes. Needless to say, it is a wet race, wet weather tyres. There's an awful lot of smoke there. Now that doesn't look to me like that's anything that should be happening. Now, where is that coming from? Is that from the dynamic car, or is it from the yellow Mamba?
I think that might be the Allied Porsche, but could be the Allied Porsche is a bit further back. It is, as I think you're quite right in saying, actually either the Mamba or the dynamic car. I have to keep an eye on that to see whether it's still the case as the cars are rolling. Sometimes in these wet conditions, you do get a bit more smoke and steam, but that does look excessive and rather problematic.
Yes, that doesn't look like anything that I've seen before on the grid. The car's lined up Le Mans style, so we're on the rolling lap, the first of 2 now, formation laps, and we will hopefully see who it is who is putting that smoke out as we peer from behind the green flag. Well, it's not the first of the yellow Mambas, it's not the second of the yellow Mambas. Well, it looks like maybe it was just getting started, maybe a bit of oil overfill. Who knows, but it looks like we're all running. So the car's on the first of their 2 formation laps. We are at the Lausitzring. We're using the short course. We're in the middle of the tri-oval, but we use sections of the tri-oval, including most of the home straight and part of the second straight of this legendary circuit as well. It is 3.478 kilometers around. That equates to about 2.16 miles. 12 turns, 7 to the left and 5 to the right. Rather unusually, though, the cars run in an anti-clockwise direction, which can play all sorts of tricks on a driver's neck.
You can. You do tend to train for clockwise because that is an overwhelming majority of what we see when it comes to quote-unquote road courses. But rovals, given most oval circuits run anti-clockwise, will also go anti-clockwise. That's not always the case. Indianapolis runs the opposite direction in road course configuration, but no such luck here at the Lausitzring for the drivers. They've had to prepare a little bit differently, perhaps, in the gym in the weeks leading up to this one, and believe me, they do all in fact hit the gym. No doubt that racing drivers are athletes. There is a huge training regimen that goes into the time between events, and certainly all of the work on reactions and being as prepared as possible suddenly seems worthwhile when they're in a near 600 horsepower GT3 carbon fiber rocket ship in these kind of conditions.
Train hard in between the races, as indeed do the commentators. Are looking at this grid, this is going to be an interesting one for Christian Engelhardt and for Ian Chen-Guven. They have been really at the sharp end of the championship all year long. They had a fairly torrid time in race 2 at the Nürburgring, but up until then have been finishing in the top half of the pack. They will be looking to get their championship back on track because they will now be just 21 points behind Raffaele Marciello, and they obviously have track position. They are 10 places ahead on the grid, so this is a great opportunity for Engelhardt and Guven to not only pick up their first win of the year, but also to get back into the championship hunt. They came so close to a really good score at Zandvoort, but for the car, the transmission giving out with 2 corners of the race remaining. This is the view from Raffaele Marciello as he now looks at the car in front that he will soon be fighting. Fabian Schiller at the wheel of that one. The cars are on the second of their formation laps, and now the time is coming when the drivers will be gridding up side by side.
And the clock has started running down on the race duration as well. We do 1 hour plus 1 lap, but when we have 2 formation laps, the clock typically starts to run down as we're on this second formation lap. So I think in reality, it's going to be something like 57.5 minutes of racing for our teams and drivers. A little bit less time to withstand if you're one of the drivers that wants to get out as soon as we get to that 25-minute marker and the pit window opens.
Up until Nürburgring 2 weeks ago, we had not seen a safety car in a GT Masters race in 2022. Well, we soon put that right, didn't we? If we can get through this without a safety car, I will eat the proverbial hat. You can watch me tucking in later. The cars are gridding up side by side. The tension is rising. The heat is in the tyres, well, as much as they're going to get in these wet conditions. And now we get ready. The cars circulating around onto the banked turn 11 and very shortly onto turn 12. And then we will be onto the pit straight. We are getting ready for race 9 of a 14 race season for the ADAC GT Masters, fighting for the title of German GT Championship. If you've never seen this before, hold on to your hat. This will be spectacular. It is the ADAC GT Masters. The red lights are on, the green lights are on. We are go. Christian Engelhardt, what a start, leading the pack in towards turn 1. Niederhauser on the outside, tiptoeing into that tight downhill section as they work their way around the first corner. There's a couple of cars going a bit wide, but it looks like they've all made it around turn 1. Christian Engelhardt from Patrick Niederhauser, Costa Balboa, great start from him, up into 3rd place. Max Paul down into 4th place. The rest of the cars coming through.
I think Lapalainen lost a couple of places there in the second of the Emil Frey Lamborghinis, but by and large, everyone has made it through without adverse drama onto the back straight of the oval for the first time. They fan out wide at what's the widest part of the circuit, the run through turn 6. They're going 3, 4 wide through this corner. Is everyone still in the same order? Is everyone still in the right direction? To the latter, I can confirm. To the former, I only want to speculate.
Yeah, we'll wait until they cross the timing line before we see that. Great start from Tim Zimmermann, who's worked his way up as well. And Fabian Schiller is in P9.
He's in the gravel. More specifically, I think we saw him go sideways there into the crowd of cars. Now, is everyone okay? That was Sturm off circuit coming into turn 8. We've also seen Schiller go down the order. There is Sturm going rally crossing. Dramas as one would anticipate in the first lap. Schiller is still going. Thankfully, he didn't get collected, but he is going into pit lane with damage there.
Yeah, the back bumper looks to be hanging off. This will be very significant in the championship. Is exactly what Marciello wanted to see. Fabian Schiller into the pits. Jules Gounon is going to have a massive task if that car can rejoin the race, and maybe he's coming into retirement. Christian Engelhardt leading the way, 1.2 seconds on the first lap ahead of Patrick Niederhauser. Albert Costa Balboa into 3rd place. Keep an eye on him, and Max Paul in 4th. Look at Marciello. He's up to 6th place already. Marciello, and a great start from Tim Zimmermann in the defending Monteplas by Land Motorsport Audi. So Zimmermann is 5th, Marciello is 6th. We're looking back from Marciello at Constant Lapalainen. Marvin Deaston there as well. He's in 8th place. Yusuf Vega in 9th, and Arthur Rougier in 10th place. The cars coming through the mist. The headlights blazing. Right, into the pits we come. This is the work being done on Fabian Schiller. It doesn't look like they're going to retire the car, but the aerodynamics are not going to be quite the same, are they?
Yes, it shouldn't be too big of a penalty in these conditions. The aero not as important anyway, but here you see what happened. It was actually in the gravel where the car's bodywork was ripped up. He just lost the rear end of the car going through turn 7, the long sweeping turn 7. Into the gravel trap he went, and now down to the bottom of the order he is. I think he may have had a tyre issue as well. It looked like they might have swapped out the left rear.
The timing screens are saying there's an investigation between the number 22 car of Joel Sturm and also of Frankie Bird, but I think that is no, that's not that one. It's on turn 8, so that was the incident that saw Joel Sturm go to the back, but it wasn't the one that saw Fabian Schiller drop into the back. Right, on board with Raffaele Marciello. He is looking to go forwards. Ahead of him is Tim Zimmermann. Along the pit straight they come. Is he going to find a route past? I say picking up a slipstream. I'm not sure there's much in these conditions, but Marciello putting the pressure on into turn 1. Keep an eye on Marvin Deist behind. Marvin Deist, a real fighter. They're two Mercs together on the track, but Marciello now tracking every move of Tim Zimmerman.
Yes, he's been going out wide at the first corner for the last couple of laps. He's going exceedingly deep on the brakes into the very tight turn 1. Lapalainen making a move a couple of positions further back as well there. I think that's actually, no, that was Ovega trying to get around Lapalainen and failing to do so. Yusuf Ovega in the Land Motorsport Audi trying to make up some places on Consta Lapalainen, but yet to achieve it. Would say as well, a nod to Schubert Motorsport. Nicholas Gruten up to 12th place, so the BMW has sived through the pack in that first lap.
This is a replay of the start, the roar of the cars echoing around the stands of the Lausitzring, and you can see that Engelhardt was away and gone, and it wasn't a jump start or anything like that. He was just very quick out of the blocks, looking for that first win of the 2022 season. Of course, he is, or was, the 2020 champion in ADAC GT Masters. Einchan Guven, new to GT Masters this year, looking for the first title. And there we saw that the dynamic Porsche had spun to the back of the pack. Adrian Delina at the wheel, and he was a long way back. He's actually doing quite well. He's made his way back up to 19th since this incident you're looking at here.
Yes, I think the incident investigation was to see whether or not he fell or whether he was pushed. I think he did fall. It just happened that Florian Spengler was very, very close behind him when it all happened and used some Jedi mind tricks to avoid any form of contact. This is an onboard. I think that was out of turn 7. This is around the outside at turn 1 with Raffaele Marciello. You can see everyone getting physical. There's no way we were going to keep 22 cars pristine on this first lap. And sure enough, there was some argy-bargy and door banging and swapping of decals throughout the order, unsurprisingly. I think the biggest surprise of all is only one car ended up coming into the pits at the end of lap 1.
And we haven't had the safety car yet. Oh, no, I won't say that. So, if you are new to GT Masters, then you won't know, and we're about to tell you, there is a mandatory pit stop. 25 minutes into the race, every car, every driver will have a 10-minute window that opens 25 minutes into the race. That window, they will be required to come into the stop to the pits for a mandatory stop and driver change. So we keep an eye on the clock. When it gets to 35 minutes to go, that is when the pit window will open. There is a minimum pit stop time of 65 seconds as well. Other thing to note is that the car that has had all the damage, Fabian Schiller, to remind you that he is carrying a 20-kilogram success penalty. This car here is carrying a 10-kilogram success penalty on account of what happened at Nürburgring, i.e. finishing first and second. The points championship in ADAC GT Masters has a habit of flipping around very quickly. The way this race is shaping up, it could be about to flip around again because many of the drivers at the sharp end are having a torrid time. The driver who is going forwards, though, is Raffaele Marciello, but Marvin Deist has found a route past him. Marvin Deist up into 6th place. You have to get up pretty early in the morning to find a route past Raffaele Marciello.
You do. It's not often it happens, and he'll be thinking, hold on, aren't you the guy that's replacing my teammate? Should I have had you instead? Marvin Deist with a solid move there for 6th place. Deist inheriting the seat from Danny Juncadella, who is now sharing the 48 Landgraf Manfilter Mamba Mercedes with Raffaele Marciello this weekend. The top 4 cars are going a lot quicker than just about everyone else out there. They're all lapping in the mid-high 37s, and I will say as well, even though it's little consolation to Jules Gounon, Schiller is running around in the low 38s as well, which would be top 5, top 6 pace. So if anything, at least the car isn't too badly damaged.
I'm sure that'll be of no consolation at all at this point. One thing that will be of interest is that the lead is coming down. Patrick Niederhauser has halved the gap between himself and Christian Engelhardt. So Engelhardt, in the Use Sportwagen Technique Porsche, was leading by well over a second, 1.2 at one point, is now down to 6/10. So Niederhauser is going forwards. Albert Costa Balboa is still very much there as well in 3rd place. Took us Jack Aitken yesterday, and he said, I'm not sure that we are still in the championship hunt. If things stay as they are now, they will be back in the championship hunt. You see a graphic there, race laps of Wales in Africa, and for every race lap completed BWT, in association with the ADAC, are donating €4 to the Be Water mission, providing clean drinking water in mainly rural areas of the Gambia and Tanzania. Last year, we raised nearly 60 grand, and we're aiming to beat that this year. For every lap completed by every car, €4 is added. So every time a car crosses the line, that total goes up, and we like the look of that. Part of the ADAC really pushing forwards with climate issues and with social issues. Great to see. As we look back from Raffaele Marciello at Konsta-Lapalainen in 8th place behind him.
Yes, there is a good battle here between the two Lamborghinis, I think, potentially as well. The two Emil Frey cars have ended up together. Lapalainen and Ruggier, they're stalking in 8th and 9th places. Yusufa Vega down in 10th place. Marciello clearly pushing on, as is Lapalainen. You don't want to run too wide, though, out of that turn 7. The gravel has caught out a great many so far this weekend. I'm actually just seeing that Florian Spengler, I think we caught it briefly, the back of shot has gone off circuit there. As I was saying, that's a great example of what can happen at turn 7 if you step out a little out of line. Lapalainen is actually looking a bit quicker, I'd say, than Marciello, who doesn't seem to be in the best of situations at the moment. Doesn't look like the wet weather setup is quite there underneath him.
No, it doesn't. Of course, all the setting up was done in the dry during this week. Now, we know that Marciello is carrying a 10 kilo success penalty, which might explain a little bit why Marvin Dienst is leaving him behind, but surely the 10 kilos wouldn't make that much difference. Well, I don't know, but Marvin Dienst is pulling away for Raffaele Marciello to the tune of nearly 2 seconds.
It's a mighty performance so far from Dienst, returning to ADAC GT Masters. If you've been following the ADAC Prototype Cup Germany, new for 2022, you won't be too surprised. He and Berkay Bessler have been exemplary for TalkSport WRT in the LMP3 machinery this year. But Dienst coming back into GT Masters and showing his class in the number 8 car. Goes past Zimmerman at turn 6.
Brilliant stuff. So Marvin Dienst really on fire here. We haven't seen him in GT Masters this year. He knows how to win a race. He sometimes runs in GT4. He's a driver who tends to appear in all sorts of places. He has taken to this like, pardon the pun, a duck to water, but he's up into 5th place. Now, we did say that the gap between 1st and 2nd had come down. Now, whether Engelhardt has had a moment or Niederhauser has had a moment remains to be seen, but the gap is now up to 2 seconds again. And Albert Costa Balboa very much in the hunt here is that's not Marciello, it's the other of the Yellow Mambas, isn't it? That is Frankie Bird and Joel Sturm. So Sturm looking to come back after that opening lap issue.
And you can see that the grille of that 84 car of Frankie Bird is all kinds of warped and dislodged. So I think he's had an interesting first lap somewhere in amongst the spray and getting very physical indeed with Joel Sturm in that scrap. He's got Ezekiel Perez-Companc behind him as well in Milena, the Mad Panda Mercedes. That car unfortunately needed an engine transplant yesterday. Engine let go during free practice 1. They missed free practice 2 entirely. Mad Panda have made a mighty effort just to be ready for qualifying this morning and indeed this race.
And it was a lively qualifying session, courtesy of the weather. We are 15 minutes into this race, 45 minutes remaining. This is a sprint format race, 1 hour in duration in total. It is a Porsche leading an Audi from 2 Lamborghinis, and special mention to Maximilian Paul in 4th place, having his best weekend of the year by some distance for Paul Motorsport. Of course, that's the team that used to be T3, now owned and run by Max Paul's father, Tobias. And he running in 4th place. If he could stay there, he would be over the moon with that. Of course, he is sharing with Marco Mappelli, and he's a real entertaining driver. Keep an eye, though, on Marvin Dienst, who is behind the Max Paul car in the pink Mercedes, the number 8. That is the car that's going forwards. The number 1 Audi taking an entirely different line to Raffaele Marciello, or in fact Marciello taking a different line to Zimmerman. But the orange and black Audi is the defending champion car. Tim Zimmerman at the wheel of it. Christopher Mies will be taking that one over after the pit stop.
Let's see, though, if Marciello can now try and finally get the move done on Tim Zimmerman. He was trying it for 5th place earlier on. He ended up losing 6th to Dienst. Let's see now if he can get back up to 6th place by way of getting around Tim Zimmerman. Certainly he's not close enough into turn 1. You can see the drivers dipping away from the wall there, trying to avoid as much of the standing water as possible down the main straight. And there is a lot of standing water through that first sector in particular. Some parts in the middle portion of the circuit are looking a little less torrential than they were, but I think in that first sector, it's still got all the makings of a lake.
While we've been watching this, there have been a couple of other place changes. Arthur Rouget has found a route past Konsta Lappalainen, Lamborghini versus Lamborghini. Joel Sturm has found a route past Frankie Bird in the other of the yellow Mambas. So there are positions changing. It does seem to be monstering the car in front into a mistake. It might be the way forwards here. That's exactly what Raffaele Marciello is trying to do with Tim Zimmermann. You can see the rain light burning its way through the mist, but there is no visibility to be had in these cars as they head through the spray, the mist and the murk of this glorious summer's day in August. And it's Raffaele Marciello who is the man on the move at the moment. He's looking for 6th place from Tim Zimmermann. But it's not proving to be easier. This is a very familiar script because you'll remember the Red Bull Ring, not that many weeks ago, it was Tim Zimmermann in front of Raffaele Marciello. And by the end of the race, Marciello was steaming as he was beating the steering wheel. That was a car we were happy wasn't mic'd up. But these two drivers seem to get together quite a lot. And Tim Zimmermann is very good at keeping Marciello behind him.
Zimmermann certainly putting in a good defensive drive here. Now Dienst is lapping fairly quickly, just ahead of them as well in 5th place in the BWT-backed Drogo Sedvioka, albeit taking a bit of a bump on his way through T1 there. He is just about matching, in fact slightly surpassing the pace of those ahead. We'll see whether he can make any more places up. I heard some talk from other drivers, from other manufacturers, that they didn't think Mercedes would quite have the kind of pace we saw from them at the Nürburgring. However, the wet weather seems to have brought at least the Sedvioka alive.
It really has, and the weather always scrambles things up a little bit, and it really has done that here, hasn't it? The highest placed Audi in 2nd place, Patrick Niederhauser, they are looking for their 50th win in the ADAC GT Masters. They've been looking for quite a long time, Audi have, for their 50th win, and it seems like a long time coming. At the moment, Christian Engelhardt has a handle on this race. He's holding it at about 2 seconds over Patrick Niederhauser, then Albert Costa Balboa, Max Paul, and then Marvin Dienst, Tim Zimmermann ahead of Raffaele Marciello. That's what we're watching here. You don't need a stopwatch to tell you how close Marciello is. He had dropped back a little bit. He seems to be finding a little bit of pace, but it won't be long before Marciello hands that car over to Daniel Juncadella.
No, not long at all. But intriguing to see exactly when everyone pits in these conditions. You can see just how nasty the slip is, though, in some of these slower corners, such as T10, turn 11, where they just went through the effective double hairpin back out onto the final corner of the oval. They really are having to fight for any traction, what little of it is available. Zimmermann going very defensive into turn 1. Marciello still not quite close enough, and just looking for half an opportunity, perhaps from a Zimmermann mistake, but they don't seem to be forthcoming. Other mistakes, though, rather more forthcoming.
So that is the number 28 car. That is Salman Ovega, and I was chatting to him yesterday, and he said it has been a steep learning curve in GT Masters. He's come into the senior category this year, and he is one of the up-and-coming superstars in GT racing. He's a very young driver, and he is learning, and what a baptism it is of fire and rain and everything else in these conditions. We ride on board again with Raffaele Marciello, still staring at the back of Tim Zimmermann. This is Red Bull Ring all over again.
Oh dear, history doth repeat itself, doesn't it, Raffaele? That was a very scary onboard we saw just now from Cruton, but there goes Zimmermann. Zimmermann off the circuit at turn 8, just slightly misjudged it. They've been taking a wide line around that corner, but of course that leaves little margin for error. Into the grass and into the gravel he goes, comes out just ahead of Yusuvo Vega. The Land Motorsport Audis have not had the best last 2 laps or so.
I have to say, Raffaele Marciello has been waiting 3 months to force Zimmermann into that mistake, and he's finally done it. There was Arthur Rouget closing in on Raffaele Marciello at the time, and it was getting to the stage where if Marciello had made a move on Zimmermann, he could have let Rouget through. Now we will see whether Marciello can open up a gap as Zimmermann drops all the way down. we can see here, you can see in the background, Rougier was getting ready to pounce if Marciello made that move. So this was a gift that was wrapped for Marciello, that Zimmermann should throw it into the gravel, and the Yellow Mamba team are very happy with that as Lello finds his way through and picks up that position. It's Marciello up into 6th place and Arthur Rougier up to 7th. Lapalainen got through as well, so Zimmermann losing about 3 places as a result of that mistake.
Yeah, it was very unfortunate. I think Zimmermann just had to catch a little bit of a slide as he applied the brakes onto the Audi. And Ezekiel Perez compact round. That is at turn 4. He's gone off there in the Mad Panda Motorsport Mercedes. He's really struggling to get the car back in the right direction. Bit of rally crossing, and he will eventually get back onto the circuit coming out of T5. But again, we're seeing just how easy it is to be wrong-footed, especially when you try and turn on the wet curbs.
We almost saw a Mad Panda up on a podium at Zandvoort in the wet conditions, but for the wrong tyre choice in the end. But surely only a matter of time before that car is somewhere near the top of the standings in the ADAC GT Masters this year. But it's not going to be in this race, is it? He's down at the bottom end of the pack now. At the front, Christian Engelhardt, well, he continues to hold the gap over Patrick Niederhauser. It has been almost exactly 2 seconds for lap after lap. Niederhauser a little bit closer now, about a 10th closer, but not really making inroads. Albert Costa Balboa, 3 seconds behind them, and then 3 seconds back further is Max Paul, then Marvin Dienst, and that is going to be such a result if they can finish like that. The number 8 car, and there's somebody warming up. No, this is it. Guess the shoes. Who is it? I think Jack Aitken. Thank you.
That was Jack Aitken's take on Flashdance, was it?
I will be signing autographs in the lobby afterwards. Here's Aitken getting ready to take over Albert Costa Balboa. He's eager. He's eager.
Oh dear, I'm not sure if I like the fact you got the satisfaction out of that.
I know the shoes.
There you go. Everyone has their strong suits in motorsport. We're less than 2 minutes away from the pit window opening, incidentally. So not long at all now until we maybe start to see some dive into the pits. I'm interested to see what Marciello does, because he does look like he's been struggling all stint long, even though he's been on the offensive just as much as defensive. I do wonder if he might hand this one over to Junkadea in the early doors. Zimmermann may well want to bail out and give the car over to Christopher Mies after that error we saw. There is Zimmermann still in 9th place. He hasn't lost any more time. He's just holding off Yusufa Vega. But given he was in the top 5 a little earlier on, that will sting.
It really will. The teams will be beavering away at their calculators at the moment. What they don't want to do is bring the driver into the pits for the mandatory stop and put them straight back out into traffic. They'll want to find a bit of clear track. That's going to be quite difficult because this is the shortest track of the season, and finding space is going to be difficult. But the timing of the pit stop is critical. We have seen so many races where big changes in order have happened because the team have either come in or come in early or come in late within that window. Zimmermann, though, he looks like he's had enough and would be quite happy to hand that over to Christopher Mies. At the moment, he's been hassled by Yusufa Vega in the defending champion's car. Of course, Yusufa Vega, who shares with defending champion Ricardo Fella, currently in 10th place, but looking for a route past the other of the Montplas by Land Audis. Of course, they are teammates, so don't get together, please, chaps. That would be good.
You see there the Schubert BMW still not a million miles away from this scrappy. They're keeping a watching brief is Nicholas Cruton there from P12. They'd like to salvage a top 10 from the poor qualifying performance. They won't mind if it's Cruton or Krohn's car that ends up in the points or well in the points, as long as someone gets into the top 10. Pit window is now open.
This fight for 9th place continues on. Now Kim Louis Schramm rushing to join that battle. It is the battle of the Audis. 3 of them running together on the track. Zimmermann in the orange and black, Yusufa Vega in the other, but not for long. He's ducked into the pits for his mandatory stop and driver change, as has Nicholas Cruton. He's looking to hand over to Ben Green at the earliest possible opportunity. But on board with Kim Louis Schramm, who has been really red hot this year and hasn't had the results to show for it. He's been very spectacular, but Kim Louis Schramm stays out. Tim Zimmermann into the pits. We said he might want to hand over to Christopher Mies as soon as possible, and in he comes.
I believe we've had Sauno Vega off track on his in-lap into pits as well. So the other Land Motorsport Audi, the 28 car, Sauno Vega we've already seen have a drama in this race, now coming into pit lane after an excursion into the gravel, which we now see here going through turn 8. So in the wars rather was Sauno Vega. Nice slide though, I must say. He is now in the pits.
So the gravel traps here at Lausitzring, not quite as deep as they are at Zandvoort. If you get to the gravel at Zandvoort, you're staying there. But here, if you keep the power on, it seems possible to motor out of it. But not the best of afternoons for Sauno Vega, not the best of afternoons for Florian Spengler either. He's a little bit lively towards the back of the pack. Is he going to keep it on the track? Yes, he is. But still, keeping it pointing in the right direction, that's what matters. And we continue with the pit stops. Now, Christopher Mies, having taken over Tim Zimmermann, rejoins the track. The number 27 car, Kim Louis Schramm, is just behind him. He'll be a lap ahead of him.
So we'll see now whether anyone else comes in on this lap. The second time of asking. I'm not seeing anyone within the top few cars coming into pit lane this time. So it seems as though everyone's either going early or middle. Saying that, the Allied Racing Porsche is on its way in. So Joel Stern pitting out of what is currently 12th position. And there goes Costa Balboa out of 3rd place.
Oh, that is absolutely disastrous. And Jack Aitken will be so frustrated as well. The Emil-Fro Racing Lamborghini, so easy to do. He rejoins just in front of 4th place Max Paul, just behind him, in fact. So the two Lamborghinis are together on the track, but he's got to get all the dirt off those tyres.
Well, he joined just behind him, but he got a great run off of the turn 1 oval after spinning over the grass and took his position back. I've not seen that one happen before, but it was very interesting nonetheless, and showing that Costa Balboa is highly unwilling to lose positions for such a silly mistake. Max Paul watched the Lamborghini go past him about 40 kilometers an hour slower. He'll probably had a look and see if he was on the pit limiter or something. Let's see if Costa Balboa can keep the car on the straight and narrow now, and indeed whether he maybe goes for a pit stop. Here's a replay though of what happened to him.
So he bumping over the bollard, and he got together with Marcus Winkelhock. So Winkelhock had just taken over from Florian Spengler coming out of the pits. The two cars got together. Hopefully there's been no damage to the Emil-Fro Racing Lamborghini, and it doesn't look like Costa Balboa has lost too much space on the track either, by some miracle. There's a bit. This is what Adam was just telling us about. Here we go, the launch pad straight back in, and I don't think the stewards can penalise for that. That looked quite legit to me.
I'm not sure. I dread to judge that from my position of very, very limited, let's call it what it is, non-existent power. But certainly that was a unique manoeuvre. He briefly lost the position to Max Paul, but quickly corrected it in his own way. Winkelhock, though, really got himself into an unenviable position there, coming back out into the lead trio of cars after the pit stop for Florian Spengler, and found himself tagging Costa Balboa. In has come Yusufa Vega in the 29, and that's Frankie Bird in a spin as well. Turn 1 catches out another.
So I wonder if the conditions are starting to go downhill. If that were possible, the rain might be falling a bit harder, or it might just be that the tyres are getting worn. But you can see drifting into turn 1. We've got drifting on this weekend here at the Lausitzring as part of the ADAC Family and Friends Festival, but that is not quite what they had in mind. Doesn't appear to have harmed him too much, so he's able to rejoin. He's showing in 12th at the moment, obviously with the pit window open. There is all sorts of changes going on. Marciello is still out. He's got 5 minutes that he has to pit within the next 5 minutes, but at the moment he's still running out 6th on the track. And our leader is into the pits, and that's Marciello. Looked like he was going backwards there. Engelhardt, the leader, is heading into the pits. So Christian Engelhardt into the pits, the lead now to Patrick Niederhauser. Albert Costa Balboa, despite that moment, up to 2nd. Here we go with the choreography. We're getting good at this, and it is Christian Engelhardt, who's out of the car, Ian Chen-Guven, who's in, and the driver, the outgoing driver, helping the incoming driver to get buckled up, and the crutch strap done up, everything plugged in, the netting put across. There is a minimum pit stop time, don't forget, of 65 seconds from pit entry to pit exit. If the driver goes below that minimum time, they will pick up a penalty. So the timing is critical. The drivers have a race logic box on the dashboard, and they can time their pit stop so they cross the line at the critical time. You don't want to be losing seconds by being too slow, but if you go out too fast, you're going to have a problem. That looked pretty perfect to me as Ian Chen-Guven takes over from Christian Engelhardt. 0.4 of a second, but that he'll be happy with. Guven now joins the race. We believe this is his first weekend here at the Lausitzring.
Yeah, first races at the Lausitzring for Guven this weekend. If this was my first race lap at Lausitzring, I'd feel a little bit shortchanged. Not the weather conditions I would want on my first appearance at a circuit. I believe this might be the first wet weather race for Luca Engstler in a GT3 car. He's about to take over from Patrick Niederhauser, who briefly inherited the race lead. The 15 Rudtronic Audi is into pit lane. The TCR Germany champion from last year, Luca Engstler, will take over. Marvin Dienst also in, as is Arthur Rougier.
So a stream of cars coming into the pits on this wet surface. So it'll be Jan Marszałkowski who takes over from Marvin Dienst. This is Luca Engstler on standby, excuse me, from Patrick Niederhauser, the 2019 champion. Jumps out of the car. Now we're riding on board in a replay with Max Paul. What drama has happened here? And we're looking back. You just see how murky these conditions are. Looking back at what would have been the Marvin Dienst car before it came into the pits. Well, I say looking, but kind of listening back, really. You just about see the headlights through the mist. Right, so out of the pits comes the number 15. It's Luca Engstler taking over. Now, where will he be in comparison to Ian Chen-Guven? Well, the answer is there in front of you. Pretty close, but not in front. And I would say pit stop's done, that actually maybe the gap has closed up a little. It says Niederhauser on the front of that car, but of course it is Luca Engstler who is at the wheel of the number 15 car. That is what will be potentially the first and second of this race when the pit stops are done. Ian Chen-Guven, Luca Engstler, Jan Marszałkowski in a net potential third. I'm not going to count the chickens too early here as the rest of the cars come into the pits. This is Albert Costa Balboa. He'll be handing over to Jack Aitken. Also Max Paul, he'll be handing over to Marco Mappelli. Also Marciello into the pits, so he's left it quite late in the window. Raffaele Marciello will be handing over to Daniel Juncadella.
Yeah, Juncadella will take that car over. We have had incident investigations ongoing, the 63 and 69 cars. That was, of course, the Winkelhock-Costa Balboa collision that we saw. No further action there. However, pit stop infringement for Sven Muller and the 22 Allied Racing Porsche crew. Now, the time was actually slow, a 1 minute 10 pit stop, a 70-second pit stop in a 65-second window. So there must have been some other technicality that they have gone against within the pit stop. There are a lot of rules and regulations in regards to your pit lane visit in GT Masters. There we see the number 4 car now in the very capable hands of Jules Gounon. He'll be looking to salvage a point or two from this race as pretty much the last pit stoppers come back out onto the road.
Right, let's see where they rejoin in relation to the leaders. So that's Jan Marszałkowski. And he has managed to stay in front of Daniel Juncadella. Now, these two drivers have been teammates for most of this year. Suddenly, they're in opposing teams. And Jan Marszałkowski will be saying, please be kind to me here, as he jumps in front of the 48 car. So, 5th place for Marszałkowski, ahead of the Marco Mappelli. So, he's taken over from Max Paul Mappelli, a big winner in that. Jack Aitken in 3rd place, despite that spin by Albert Costa Balboa. So, that really has been a bit of a result, because when that car was spinning across the grass, I think Aitken wondered if he was going to get a drive at all.
Very good point, yes. Well, on the timing screens, it's saying that Aitken is into the lead, but of course that updates sector by sector on the actual TV graphics. So the TV graphics are actually more updated than our timing screen here in the commentary box, just to catch us out. There is Marcus Winkelhock in for a second time this race in the Car Collection Motorsport Audi. Now, there was no further action on the collision, so there's no reason for him to be in by the rule book. Question is there something wrong with that car? You'd have to suspect so.
Yes, an unscheduled stop. This is going to be a last place finish for Marcus Winkelhock. A real shame, because he's been there or thereabouts all day. But here we see again a replay of the car swapping ends into turn one. I wonder if there was damage as a result of that collision with Albert Costa Balboa earlier on. Maybe not. This is the view from Jules Gounon. Now Gounon, another driver who's been dancing. He's done a nice pirouette. Look, he's cool as a cucumber. Look at his eyes, like, whatever. Carries on. So Gounon, that's where is he in the standings? He is down in 21st place. So the drivers that were second in the championship coming into this weekend, an absolute disastrous day for them so far.
Yeah, not a good day for Jules Gounon. On his first day back in the office, he had a weekend off for the first time in God knows how long last week, as we see the Rutronic 27 Audi in some strife there. Dennis Marshall trying to get around Ben Green and, well, succeeding in doing so, but with a little bit of body rub between the two of them. But yes, Gounon was very happy to have a weekend off. First day back in the office hasn't gone to plan. He does have 13 more consecutive weekends after this, though.
Oh, well.
So he's got a lot more racing to do in 2022.
It's a life of luxury driving one of these things, isn't it? The incident that you saw between car 10 and 27, so that'll be Ben Green and Dennis Marshall, is under investigation by the race stewards. So they're taking a look at videos of that and will award a penalty if they think there has been an infringement. At the front, Iron Chen Guven, well, it's his first time at the Lausitzring. He has taken to it, hasn't? I'm not going to keep saying duck to water because it's a cliche. Angsler 2.1 seconds behind. So Guven has opened up that gap somewhat. Jack Aitken in third place. Marco Mappelli in fourth. So the Lamborghinis, third and fourth. Then Jan Marszałkowski in fifth, ahead of Daniel Juncadella. So Marszałkowski, he's having a great time of this at the moment. If he can keep this where it is, he will be very happy. Just looking at the big winners and losers as it just disappears from the screen. But the winner, the leader at the moment, oh, don't speak too soon, Iron Chen Guven has opened up that gap at the front to 2.593 seconds ahead of Luca Engster. Look at this fight, though. The two former teammates. No love lost here today. Jan Marszałkowski, Daniel Juncadella, the up-and-coming superstar of Marszałkowski against the veteran Daniel Juncadella.
Yeah, Juncadella, whether it's single-seaters in his ascendancy up the junior ladder or indeed in tin tops, largely, or pretty much exclusively with Mercedes, Juncadella has had plenty of highs. The most recent, of course, being that Spa 24 Hours triumph along with Misters Gounon and Marciello. Juncadella then closing in on Marszałkowski at the moment. The two Mercedes with no allegiances to each other. It's Drago ZVO versus Manfilter Team Landgraf for the second consecutive weekend. Manfilter Team Landgraf have the familiar face of Norbert Haug in the garage, watching over proceedings as if it's Bernd Schneider in 2006 all over again. There goes Engstler. Engstler out of second place.
So Luca Engstler, remember, this is his first year in GT Masters. He's come from TCR Germany, a very different kettle of fish. He's kept the car pointing in the right direction. It doesn't look like he's got any damage, but he has dropped down. Jack Aitken has got past. So Engstler down to third, Aitken up to second. That's kind of makes up for Albert Costa Balboa's spin, I should think. They're probably about even there. These are the two Mercedes that we've been following all along. It's Marszałkowski, Juncadella behind. I should think Juncadella was thinking back to when they were teammates at the beginning of this year and saying, I wish I hadn't taught him all those tricks now. Because Marszałkowski is doing a great job staying in front of the yellow Mamba. Marszałkowski in fifth, Juncadella in sixth. Behind them is Frank Pereira and Mick Wieshofer. So a couple of Lamborghinis, then Ricardo Feller and Christopher Mies and Dennis Marshall. So a trio of Audis behind them. This is the view from Marco Mappelli, who's circulating in 4th place.
And poor Luca Engsler now has the very, very experienced Marco Mappelli stalking him for 3rd place. So Mappelli would love to get himself and Paul Motorsport onto the podium. Of course, Paul Motorsport, as we alluded to previously, from the ashes of T3 has come Paul Motorsport, and I believe that would be their inaugural podium under this banner. Mappelli with an alarmingly wide berth at turn 10. Thought he was going straight on, but no, he's just trying to find that wet weather racing line.
Yeah, 7th place is the best that they've managed so far in that car, and that was at Zandvoort. That was a very strong showing. They would be delighted if they could get this on the podium. A lot of pressure on the shoulders of Luca Engsler. I think it's the first time he has run in anger in a race in the wet in a GT3 car. The Rutronic racing team will have surrounded him with lots of information and lots of training, but at the end of the day, he's the one holding the steering wheel. Now, Jan Marszałkowski, he has got an awful lot of pressure on his shoulders. 18 3/4 minutes of this race remaining. I bet he wishes this race was finishing now, because Daniel Juncadella is putting the heat on. Mercedes versus Mercedes, but Jan Marszałkowski, he is just tiptoeing around the corner. He's not going to make any mistakes. He keeps that pink Mercedes in front of the yellow Mercedes. Through the mist they come. It's Jan Marszałkowski in 5th place, Juncadella in 6th, Frank Pereira closing up to this battle as well in 7th.
There you go, so scrap to stay in the top 5 for Jan Marszałkowski. I was struck yesterday doing a track walk by just how wide that entry into turn 6 really is. I think you could probably fit half the grid side by side through turn 6, and they do that most times on lap number 1. Marszałkowski, though, still holding off Juncadella.
The only problem is it funnels into single file on turn 7.
Yeah.
Images of Pocono Raceway all over again. There's one. Oh, and a bit of a moment for Jan Marszałkowski. He's got a bit of a slide on. He shuts the door on Daniel Juncadella. So you saw a little bit of a wobble as he put the power on. He is absolutely tiptoeing in that car, but he's doing all that he can to keep the yellow mammoth behind him. Great stuff. So Jan Marszałkowski, still he holds on. They come out of the corner onto turn 12, onto the pit straight. We can see we're up to 28,500 euros in the race lap for Wales in Africa. But there's lots of water here on the track as Juncadella looks to the inside of Marszałkowski. Under braking into turn 1, and Marszałkowski very sensibly deciding discretion is the better part of valor, gives Juncadella enough room, but Juncadella is up into 5th place.
There you go, good driving there from both parties. It was a firm but fair overtaking there from Daniel Juncadella. Gave Marszałkowski no choice but to give him the apex into turn 1. And now Frank Pereira is going to be looking at the back of the pink Drago ZVO car and thinking, yes, it's my time. He dives to the inside at turn 6. Can't quite get it done on that occasion, though. Pereira on the attack.
It is a midsummer's day here in August at the Lausitzring in Germany, would you believe? And we are enjoying race 9 of a 14 race season of the ADAC GT Masters. Looking again at that replay of Daniel Juncadella finding a route past his former teammate Jan Marszałkowski. Applause in the Manfilter Team Landgraf garage as the yellow Mercedes finds a route past, but Marszałkowski still in 6th place, so doing a good job holding on. As we've already said, Frank Pereira in the Lamborghini queuing up next. Now Frank Pereira, he's a wise old driver. He's been doing the rounds for a little while now, and he will have a few tricks up his sleeve. Jan Marszałkowski no longer defending from an identical car, but from something very different.
Yes, back in 2003, Frank Pereira beat Esteban Guerrieri and Tony Villander to the Formula Renault Italy Championship. Sorry for dating you a little bit there, Frank, but he is a very, very experienced driver indeed. He's been in the GT racing scene for well over a decade, knows what he's doing. Here is the Dynamic Racing Porsche, a new livery and a new team to GT Masters for this weekend. Where are they running at the moment? The answer is 14th place for Klaus Bachler at the moment.
Klausy Mousy took over from Adrian Delina, who did a great job. Had that incident at the beginning of the race, but they've now worked their way up. They are mid-order, and that's not a bad start to their career, that's not the word, their time in ADAC GT Masters, as we've said already. They're guesting for this round, so today and tomorrow, hopefully there'll be a more permanent fixture next year in the ADAC GT Masters. You're looking there at Luca Engstler defending from Marco Mappelli.
Yeah, of course, Klaus Bachler debuted in GT Masters in 2015. His teammate was one Christian Engelhardt, and they actually won on Klaus Bachler's first ever race in ADAC GT Masters. It's certainly not Christian Engelhardt's first race in GT Masters today. It could be the first win of the season, though, for Engelhardt and Guven. They continue at the sharp end of the order, but look at Marco Mappelli making Engstler sweat.
I would just say, you were talking about Klaus Bachler, he has just put up the fastest lap of the race, 1:36.668. It's like, new team, hey, watch this. So he might be down in 14th place, but Klaus Bachler is the fastest man on the track at the moment. If we were given points for fastest lap, he would have just scored one.
Oh, if only, I'm actually he'll be saying at the moment. Klaus Bachler putting in good pace. I think the only driver so far today into the 36s with that 36.68. So clearly he's found his flippers and is on wet weather specialist duty. We ride from the air intake of the Lamborghini there with Marco Mappelli. He looks to the inside of Engstler, still nothing doing. He's just showing him the nose, saying, hey, I'm here, you know. And Luca Engstler says, yes, I'm well aware.
Not so much in an air intake as a snorkel. This is the fight for the last of the podium positions. Luca Engstler, massive pressure for him. He was and is the defending ADAC TCR Germany champion. Of course, front-wheel drive small cars are very, very different from the big monster that is the Audi R8, and he's made the transition across to ADAC GT Masters this year and has been spectacular. So far, second place is the best that he's managed to achieve, along with teammate Patrick Niederhauser, the 2019 GT Masters champion. But he will be driving with his fingertips as he looks to hold on from the number 71 car. And Marco Mappelli, who is always an entertainer. I still keep remembering him going 3 abreast around Sachsenring last year. And he is very experienced. The Italian driver will be using every trick in the book to get past the Audi in front of him.
Engstler is doing a very wise thing out of turn 11 into the bank turn 12, the last corner. Engstler's taking a very wide run out of turn 11. That gives him a great launch down through turn 12 and indeed the main straight. As we see there, Nicky Katzberg getting squirrely. He was under pressure from Klaus Bachler, the fastest man on the circuit, makes up a position, P13 for Bachler.
So Klaus Bachler, he is moving forwards. The two ADAC Motorsport BMWs were running together in 12th and 13th. Now 12th and 14th. The leading one of those is Ben Green. 12th position, the highest placed BMW. It is a Porsche leading, a Lamborghini leading, an Audi. So different manufacturers in the top 3. All hail the balance of performance, which is doing a great job here in the ADAC GT Masters. As the 1, 2, 3, but the fight for third place rages on. Marco Mappelli in the background. You can see Daniel Juncadella, he quite fancies getting involved in that. I'm going to look at the gap. It's 4.59 seconds at the moment. He's going to have to work hard to close that up in 11 minutes plus 1 lap, but it only takes these 2 cars to make a little bit of contact, and suddenly Juncadella could be in this battle as well.
Mappelli getting very squirrely under braking there into turn 10. You can see how hard he's pushing. Again, Engstler goes very, very wide out of T11, gets the better launch onto the banking, but then gets a bit squirrely halfway through turn 12. Does that compromise his run enough for Mappelli to maybe get close? Certainly, Mappelli is in the slipstream this time as they approach turn 1, but I don't think he's quite close enough for a lunge. He was later on the brakes, though, in the Paul Motorsport Lamborghini.
The best overtaking opportunity on the track is into turn 1. You do pick up the slipstream if you're close enough, but as we already said, Mappelli was just a little bit too far back, but then you have that really tricky left hand into turn 1, which also goes downhill with a bit of a dodgy camber on it as well. We've seen many cars go missing on that corner. Great camera angle here. I hope that's waterproof, that camera, as we look on from the perspective of Marco Mappelli, looking to the inside of Luca Engstler. Engstler, though, driving very maturely here, not doing anything rash, not doing anything wild. Mappelli trying to push him into a mistake.
Yes, trying very, very hard. And I will say, speaking of drivers that are trying hard, it's going to be a long shot for Jack Aitken. He's got just under 10 minutes to go, but he was 6/10 faster on the previous lap than Ian Schenguven, and he is closing on this lap too. So keep an eye on the interval between the top two. For now, though, we focus on this podium battle, and Luca Engstler continuing to drive out of his skin to hold off Mapelli.
Great stuff. It's always so close in the ADAC GT Masters. This is the fight for the last of the podium positions. And Luca Engstler drifting around the corner, doing all that he can. Keep an eye on Junkadea in the background in the yellow Mamba, also closing in on this battle. Here we come again up onto the tri-oval and out of turn 12 along the pit straight. Now, is he close enough to pick up a slipstream? He looks closer than he was before, but I don't think close enough to make a move into turn 1. He looks to the outside, trying to monster Luca Engstler into missing a braking point or braking late and going deep, but Engstler holds it all together. Perfect line into the corner. Mapelli still staring at the back of that Audi.
And Mapelli may have the opportunity here because it's looked like Engstler struggled around this section for the last couple of laps. Mapelli is side by side, not quite able to get to the inside of T5 though. He's been trying very hard at turn 6 for several laps to get through. He's always shown the nose, but I don't think he's going to be close enough. Continues to hold on third place, does Luca Engstler, but it is tooth and nail stuff.
We said we keep an eye on the lead gap as well. 3.365 seconds is the gap, but Aitken putting in personal bests in sector 1 and closing in. Is it going to be enough? I think it's going to be a bit of a stretch, not only to catch him, but also to find a route past. But the fight for third is well and truly on and raging. Luca Engstler still holding off Marco Mapelli. Then it's Daniel Junkadea. Jan Marszałkowski looks to have fended off the attentions of Franck Pereira for the time being, because Franck Pereira has Mick Viso for company. We're riding with Jules Gounon in an uncharacteristic down in 19th place. That is a place he will not be happy about. Challenging the Puhaka driver, so Yuso Puhaka in the Mad Panda Motorsport Mercedes, who took over from Ezequiel Perez-Campagne, making his debut here in the ADAC GT Masters.
That's a move for third place for Marco Mapelli. Has he got the run this time? Certainly he was ahead of Engstler at the line. Engstler trying to get around the outside though at turn 1. Can't quite do it. I'm guessing that Engstler once again struggled for traction out of the final corner. We've seen him do it a couple of times, and on this occasion Mapelli has struck.
Also, Franck Pereira has got past Jan Marszałkowski, so he's up into 6th place. And Klaus Bachler has got past Ben Green. So suddenly, with 7 minutes of this race remaining, we're getting a number of passes going on. So drivers still pushing, still putting the pressure on, but look at Marco Mapelli, the best we've seen him all season. He is loving these conditions. Luca Engstler, still a good job in 4th place. Daniel Junkadea closing in on him still. The gap, 2.6 seconds now between Engstler and Junkadea. Here is a replay of that move. You can see the back end of the Engstler car just struggling for traction out of the corner, and it is Marco Mapelli who's through. He steals that position. Engstler keeping nice and close to try and take advantage if there is a mistake, but he doesn't find a route past. The Paul Motorsport team are delighted.
Yeah, I think Engstler finally, that wide line through turn 11 came back to bite him, because on that occasion Mapelli managed to draw alongside, prevented Engstler from getting that mighty run down the main straight, as we continue to see Wieshofer now under pressure and pressuring. Marszałkowski has ended up with a great many cars behind him. Wieshofer and Feller now queuing up behind the Mercedes down to 7th place.
I should think that Marszałkowski is willing on Ricardo Feller, because as long as he's there, Wieshofer can't really make too much of a lively challenge on Jan Marszałkowski. He's running in 7th place at the moment, which is a great job, but we are looking there at 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, all running through together. These cars are all on the same lap. Jan Marszałkowski at the front of that queue. Just ahead of him is Franck Pereira, who got past, and a spin. So that is Wieshofer, who's just lost it under pressure. That's going to allow Ricardo Feller through, and Christopher Mies.
Oh, Mick Wieshofer there just lost it through turn 2 there, and that has cost him dear. Well, you said that Marszałkowski would be willing on Riccardo Fella. He's now going to be saying, actually, scratch that. Please don't catch me. Wieshofer has given the position to Fella. Fella up to 8th place, and he'll now challenge Marszałkowski. Let's just see what happened. Did he clip the white line or something like that? Yeah, and it just unsettled the rear end. A big, long, prolonged slide. He did, however, slow Riccardo Fella down in amongst that. He may have given Marszałkowski just a little lifeline and a bit of a cushion.
You can see these drivers. God dear, Albert Costa Balboa looks like thunder there. You can see these drivers are absolutely driving on the edge all the way round every lap. There is no quarter taken or given. But look at this. The leader, Arjen Guven, is being reeled in. 2.897 seconds was the gap last time, 2.1. So we said he was closing in. There's 4 minutes and 20 seconds plus 1 lap. Jack Aitken is closing in. He's quicker. You see he's quicker in the sectors, isn't he?
Yeah, half a second quicker in the final sector alone there was Jack Aitken. So maybe Guven made a slight mistake, or Aitken is just that good. But nonetheless, 8 tenths in 1 lap is a mighty, mighty gain. However, that hasn't been what we've seen lap on lap. It's been 3 to 4 tenths a lap. So I just wonder if Guven has maybe made a bit of an error there. There is Marszałkowski. That gap didn't last long, did it? Fella has already closed in on the back of the 8 car.
3 3/4 minutes of this race remaining. It is still all to play for. Arjen Guven and Christian Engelhardt looking for their first win of the season. It'll be the first win ever in GT Masters for Arjen Guven, leading the way. Further back, here's a challenge. The defending champion of ADAC GT Masters, Riccardo Fella, a wise driver, a very talented driver, putting the pressure on Jan Marszałkowski. Marszałkowski was in GT4 last year. He absolutely shone. He's shining in GT3 this year, but you can see these conditions are his worst nightmare. When he pulled his curtains back this morning, he would not have been happy to have seen the rain. He's doing a bit of rallycross, but somehow he kept it in front of Riccardo Fella, and that is why Fella is on his back bumper. Now getting onto the back bumper of the leader is Jack Aitken, closing on Arjen Guven.
That's got to be about a second between them now. It's gone down massively once again. The gap now confirmed at 1.022 of a second. It has closed up by over a second in the last lap alone. We thought that perhaps it was a bridge too far for Jack Aitken, but no, he's cooking on gas in these mixed conditions, and he is pressing on to the back of Arjen Guven. Guven, as you rightly say, he hasn't won so far this year. He knows what victory and champagne tastes like from his time in Super Cup and Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland. He wants that first ADAC GT Masters first place trophy on his mantle.
You know Jack Aitken, though, is not going to give up. Jack Aitken is going to give it everything, because second place is first loser in his book. He is now following every single track of Guven's car. He's closing in. Surely there is going to be a challenge within the next 2 minutes plus 1 lap. Guven under so much pressure, the most pressure he's been under in GT Masters since he joined, I should think. Jack Aitken, who took over from Albert Costa Balboa, he said yesterday he thought his championship challenge was over for this year, but he is now challenging in second place. Championship leader Daniel Juncadella, along with Raffaele Cimarciello, is down in 5th place. Here comes the challenge for the lead, going the long way round the outside. Jack Aitken ducks back to the inside. He keeps it on the track. Arjen Guven just holding on. Onto the tri-oval they come. Right, now is the chance to pick up a slipstream. The 2 cars absolutely glued together. Jack Aitken along the pit straight. He's going to try and pick up slipstream into turn 1. Along they come, past the pits. Guven just in front. Aitken has a look to the outside, not quite close enough.
We've had dramas further back between Wieshofer and Marszałkowski. They're both stranded between T7 and T8. There are 2 stranded cars at T7 and turn 7, turn 8 at the second sector split. So those 2 cars could cause a yellow flag. They could cause something worse. So Aitken could be in the balance here. Will he actually get the opportunity to challenge for this lead? He's certainly doing it at the moment. There's the yellow flags we discussed.
So back onto the tri-over they come. They cannot overtake when they go past turn 7. They have to back off. Jack Aitken has lost it. Jack Aitken spins. Just loses traction. He gathers it up. He's ahead of Marco Mappelli by some distance. So he stays in second place. This is the get out of jail free for Arjen Guven. Albert Costa Balboa still looking like thunder. And there's car in the wall. And that is Mick Wiesofer. Banging the roof of the car, you can see it is wrecked. He's clearly got together with Jan Marszałkowski.
Yeah, those two had a collision off camera a lap ago, so that has caused a big yellow flag. So there you see Marszałkowski stoved in rear at turn 7. He's been there for over a lap already. That's going to be so uncomfortable because the cars do take a wide berth around turn 7 in these wet conditions anyway. I was wondering whether Jack Aitken's attempt would be halted by this yellow flag. They've been halted by that spin. There it is, Marszałkowski getting the hit from Wiesofer. We see it from Dennis Marshall. I think Marszałkowski made an error, came back onto the circuit, and that is when he collided with Wiesofer.
I should think Jan Marszałkowski needs to stop walking under ladders, because once again he is seen pointing in the wrong direction at the Emil Frey Lamborghini. Well, that looks a bit second-hand, doesn't it? The aerodynamic advantage, not an advantage. The Emil Frey team, and you can see Alba Costa Balboa. I don't know what he's looking at. I'm not going to try and lip read that one, but it might be that, or it might have been Jack Aitken's spin. But Mick Wiesofer's frustration, well, you can see that, can't you, as he bangs the roof of the car. And we are into the final lap of racing for the ADAC GT Masters.
Ian Chan Guven with 3.6 seconds over Jack Aitken, courtesy of that spin for Aitken. The final 5 minutes have been dramatic. I've been watching things happen in the pit window, in the window of this commentary box. We've been watching it happen on screen. It's all kicked off in the final moment, but it's kicked off in favour of Ian Chan Guven. It looks as though his first race at the Lausitzring could be a hugely successful one. Juncker Deyer still under pressure from Frank Pereira as well, so no one in the top 5 is safe at the moment. Guven, though, just a few corners away.
These drivers are pleased to see the checkered flag, you just know that. Towards turn 10 comes Ian Chan Guven, our race leader. Jack Aitken now too far back to do anything about it. Marco Mappelli in 3rd place, but close back in on him is Luca Exler, Daniel Juncker Deyer and Frank Pereira. But it looks like this is how it's going to finish. Ian Chan Guven out of turn 12 in the wet, the spray, the grey, the murk. Is Ian Chan Guven who takes his first ever win in the ADAC GT Masters for Team U Sport Wagen Technique, along with co-pilot Christian Engelhardt. We look to see who's second across the line. It is Jack Aitken, then Marco Mappelli leading this queue of cars. Luca Exler, Daniel Juncker Deyer will be next across the line, and then Frank Pereira rounding out the top 6. What a wonderful race for the ADAC GT Masters.
That race had everything, didn't it? Drama, aplomb, battling on the circuit, cars skidding off onto the grass, and great to see Christian Engelhardt there in the embrace. And the U Sportwagen Technik Garage will be the party's own today. It's their first win of the 2022 season, and great performance from both parties. Guven in the wet conditions, taking his first win in ADAC GT Masters, and I'm sure that he is going to be an animated man on the podium. Surely the delight is going to spill out of him here at the Lausitzring. He's driving back now to the podium. I'm sure he's going to be breathing some heavy breaths and some sighs of relief as he runs back towards the waiting cheers from the Deuce Sportswagen Technique team. Look at him punching the air, beating his chest. He can barely keep himself in the seat. Good to see that he's as happy as we hoped.
I'm pretty sure that's the first ever win for Team U Sportwagen Technique as well. I think it might be the first podium for Max Paul, actually. So lots of firsts going on here. That last one, subject to confirmation. Pretty sure it's the first one for Team U Sportwagen Technique. I've never seen Alba Costa Balboa look so disappointed with second place in my life. I think with the amount of rally crossing they did, second was a result. The result is Christian Engelhardt and Ian Chan Guven who take the win after a dramatic race ahead of Alba Costa Balboa, Jack Aitken. Third was Marco Mappelli and Max Paul. Here are the rest of the results scrolling through your screen now. Turn your mic on. Wow, that was impressive. I got a bit excited there. That was fantastic. What a great race for the ADAC GT Masters. recognised as one of the most challenging GT3 series in the world, and really the competition is so fierce, and you can see that there is so much talent, you can see so much emotion, and at last the monkey is off the back for Engelhardt and Guven after a couple of rounds where they haven't shone as much as they'd like to. The top step of the podium awaits.
It's the first win of the season for Porsche in general in the 2022 ADAC GT Masters Championship, which means it's the 38th win for the marque that has been present in GT Masters from race number 1 in 2007. That draws them ahead of Callaway as the second winningest manufacturer in GT Masters history. Funny enough, it's Lamborghini on 38, Callaway on Porsche on 38, Callaway on 37, and Lamborghini on 36. Very close in the all-time winning list for the manufacturers.
We have stats aplenty here in the ADAC GT Masters. Fantastic. You've been willing that one on, haven't you? Porsche are on the top step, then 2 Lamborghinis, and look at that for the point standings. Engelhardt and Guven just 7 points adrift of Marciello. Gunon and Schiller, well, that was a day they want to forget. 27 points back, and Albert Costa Balboa and Jack Aitken 30 points away from them. Nicholas Cruton and Ben Green still very much in it. Yusufa Vega, Sven Muller, Joel Sturm, they're not that far behind as well. The championship is still very much alive. Anybody who thought that Raffaele Marciello was going to come here and do another win and a second were very much mistaken, because the Lausitzring has bitten quite hard. But Jack Aitken and Albert Costa Balboa, they are ecstatic. And there is Max Paul, and that is a just reward, along with Marco Mappelli, for fantastic racing.
I must say, I was rather hoping that it would be a Lamborghini win before a Porsche win, so we could have 3 manufacturers tied on 37 wins in the all-time standings. But I am delighted for Guven and for you, Sportwagen Technique, their massive result today.
And I should think Callaway are in a rush to get back here for too long as well. There is third place, Max Paul and Marco Mappelli for Paul Racing and the Lamborghini Huracan. Second went to Jack Aitken and Albert Costa Balboa. Another Lamborghini Huracans, this time for Emil Frey Racing. But the top step of the podium for the first time, Team U Sportwagen Technique, with Ian Guven and Christian Engelhardt at the wheel. They are the victors in race 9 of the season for the ADAC GT Masters. So celebrations in the pits. The fastest lap of the race was another Porsche in the hands of Klaus Bachler. So Dynamic Racing finishing 10th place, which is a great debut in the ADAC GT Masters. Hopefully that'll encourage them to come back for more in 2023. They've still got another race tomorrow, of course, as we look at Marco Mappelli and Max Paul. I'm guessing that will be in German or Italian, so we always like to listen in. It always feels very rude, but that's where we garner a lot of information.
It's a very multinational podium in general, isn't it? With Turkish-German combination on the top step, British and Spanish on the second step, and then German and Italian on the third step.
Wow, 5 nationalities, that in 6 drivers, that's quite impressive. So the drivers are just getting ready, receiving the congratulations. The weather, once again, providing us, when you see the rain, you just know it's going to be exciting. There's no disappearing off into the distance here, and Ian Guven and Christian Engelhardt will be forever grateful for that little spin, both from Costa Balboa and from Aitken during the race. Balboa doesn't look too delighted. Aitken looks reasonably happy with that second place. They are still in the championship hunt. There is no doubt about that. And congratulations to the third place drivers in the identical Lamborghini Huracan, albeit from a different team. And we just listen in.
Of course, as a factory driver, you never know which team you're going to be enlisted to next. So you never want to make enemies of a manufacturer's stablemate, just on the off chance you end up driving for them next year. Might get a bit awkward.
Might just.
The podium presentation is coming up soon. I think that Guven and Engelhardt might be continuing their celebration somewhere and having to be collared by an ADAC official. Do you want your trophy or not?
I might drop into the used Sportwagen Technique tonight, garage tonight. That might be quite interesting. Jack Aitken has been such a valuable addition to our grid this year. Of course, the driver who has been in Formula One and been there or thereabouts for so long. He had that nasty injury at Spa last year. It's been great. He's bounced back from that in style and has entertained. And he and Albert Costa Balboa are definitely yin and yang by their own admission. Aitken brings quite a measured approach. I think Albert Costa Balboa a little bit wilder, and they balance each other up perfectly. They are a potent combination. As we look at a replay of Aitken doing that little pirouette and keeping it out of the barriers and out of the walls and out of the gravel traps, and he recovered very well. Quick thinking, get it in gear, put it in the right direction and carry on. And that was the view from Marco Mepelli as he took that position away from Luca Engsler. So wet weather really was the story. And there is, well, you just wonder what Jan Marszałkowski has got to do to get a break as we see the bodywork flying up into the air. The stewards will no doubt take a look at that, and you can see the Emil Frey Racing Garage. Of course, Mick Wieshofer running for Emil Frey as well, so mixed emotions for them in that garage.
Ah, they found them. Engelhardt and Guven have emerged.
Oh, yeah. We're getting wet out here.
Somewhere near the podium. And they will be taking part in the podium presentations in just a moment. There were plenty of dramas in that race. Emil Frey will have had palpitations all round in those last couple of laps with Wieshofer and Aitken's incidents. But for Paul Motorsport, it's really a day of celebration.
Never mind about them. I've been having palpitations watching it. There is Paul Motorsport at the third step. Marco Mepelli and Max Paul. Jack Aitken, Albert Costa Balboa offering their congratulations, the Emil Frey duo. But look at this. There is going to be some partying tonight. Ian Chen Guven, well, we knew they were almost certainly going to take a win at some point this year. That duo is potent. They are in the hunt for the championship without a doubt. This, of course, is the home race for Max Paul. He lives just up the road in Dresden, so he knows his way around Lausitzring, and he will have loved that podium, third step of the podium. Trophies are presented by Dr. Gert Enzer, the sports president of the ADAC. And big smiles on the 2020 champion, Christian Engelhardt, of course. The second place trophies presented to Jack Aitken and Albert Costa Balboa. And here come the third place trophies. Very nice trophies too. Marco Mepelli and Max Paul. So the spectators have gathered here in great numbers for the Family and Friends Festival. And it is quite a festival of motorsport here, despite the wet weather. Lots to do. We've had drifting, we've had every kind of racing, we've had face painting, bouncy castles, go-karting, you name it. It's all been happening here at the Lausitzring. It has been a festival of motorsports and a festival of family. Big crowd here have enjoyed it and endured the rain, which has to be said has probably provided us with a more exciting race than we might have had.
I think based on Saturday's racing, if you're anywhere within the locality, come here tomorrow. If you're here today, also come here tomorrow. We're going to see some more fabulous stuff from GT Masters on Sunday, I have no doubt.
So qualifying will be tomorrow morning. I looked at the weather forecast. There is the potential that it could be something similar to today. It was kind of, I've had contradicting weather forecasts. Whichever way, wet or dry, it is going to be exciting. Einchen Guven and Christian Engelhardt want to become the second pairing in 2022 to take back-to-back wins on the same weekend. But there are an awful lot of drivers who want to stop them. Keep an eye on Raffaele Marciello and Daniel Juncadella, a potent combination. They will be back fighting, as will Jack Aitken and Albert Costa Balboa. Tomorrow is going to be exciting. It will be race 10 of the season for the ADAC GT Masters. We're getting towards the end of the season, but the championship is wide open. What's going to happen? Join us tomorrow and find out. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Torrential out here. It's not quite as bad as it was a little earlier on when the ADAC GT Masters were racing. However, the rain hasn't really abated at any point, and the conditions are certainly befitting wet tyres. I somehow doubt anyone is going to be on slicks at any point in this race, even if the rain stops falling. Axel Jeffries, then, a driver with so many years of experience in GT racing, racing in the likes of the GT World Challenge Sprint Cup and Lamborghini Trofeo categories, even came up through the junior single-seater ranks in the old FIA Formula 2 Championship and Indy Lights. There you see the championship as it stands. Very close for second place between Munding and Luton and Jeffries there. 53 points for that duo and 52 for Axel Jeffries. But the runaway championship leaders up to this point, very much Marvin Dienst and Berkay Bessler. Marvin Dienst and Berkay Bessler racing for TalkSport WRT. They've taken 3 wins so far this year. The race they didn't win, they didn't score in, so they've had a perfect run of wins in the races that they have finished. Of course, the only other race winners this year so far were Mads Silhaug and Freddie Hunt. I know that Freddie Hunt is racing this weekend in a Citroen C1 of all things, competing up against his girlfriend Amy Watts at Brands Hatch. So he's not here, and I don't think they'll be joining us again in the 2022 season. But I know Freddie Hunt is keen to come back to Prototype Cup Germany, and the momentum of the championship is only growing, and I'm sure the grid for 2023 is going to look pretty spectacular. You see there that the timer is running already. We started the clock as the second formation lap started, so we're not quite going to get the full 55 minutes, but we are going to hear the thunder of these Nissan-powered LMP3 machines in just a few moments. 2x2 rolling start, of course, here in the Prototype Cup Germany Championship, brought to you by Creventic and ADAC. They're in 2x2 formation now, then rolling out of turn 12, the final corner of this 2.16 mile, 3.478 kilometer oval. Roval, or I should say, of course, the road course configuration. And they are underway, and it looks like a good start there from the second row. But is it going to be Axel Jeffries in the lead? I don't think it will be, because I think the best start of all has gone to Von Gartsen, but he's outbraked himself into the first corner. He's going to have to go straight on. Everyone else just about making it through, or I think the second of the Conrad cars there, Danny Supi, ended up getting a little bit of contact from the rear. Donar Munding then, who started well from the second row of the grid, is our leader and struggling his way through the makeshift chicane on the oval there was the number 12 car of Von Gartsen. Von Gartsen rejoins the race in the mid-pack. He certainly didn't gain an advantage from straight lining the first corner, so I think he'll be safe from the stewards. But Axel Jeffries in trouble, so is the other Conrad Ginetta. A big spin there for Danny Sufi. He finds himself pointing in the right direction, though, and he continues on. But dramatic first lap as anticipated in these tricky conditions. And you can see Axel Jeffries under a lot of pressure. Diving to the inside there is Oscar Tunyo, who has had a fabulous first lap. He's challenging for second place on Axel Jeffries in that 33 car. That is a Rinaldi Racing entry, the sole Rinaldi Racing Duquesne racing in this weekend's event. The penultimate round, of course, of the ADAC Prototype Cup. The season finale will be at the Hockenheimring in October. There's Axel Jeffries bouncing across the main straight here in that second place. Donar Munding with a good lead here. Already out to 2.3 seconds by the end of the first lap. So he was quick off the line. He's been quick ever since as Donar Munding. It doesn't seem as though Axel Jeffries' car is particularly liking these conditions, and straight on has gone the 72 car. That's Aaron Ram, who has clearly missed his braking point at the first corner. So for the second time in as many laps, we see someone straight lining the first sector of the circuit. Of course, the road course here at Lausitzring deviates from the oval at turn 1 and rejoins on the back straight. And a few people have missed turns 1 through 5 already in this race owing to outbraking themselves. Axel Jeffries then, still under pressure from Tunio behind. How is the gap looking between himself and Donar Munding? Well, Munding has made up more time on this lap. I think the gap may be out to something like 4 seconds by the time they cross the line next time. We're getting a replay here of the start. Keep an eye on the car on the outside of the front row. Straight on went von Gartzen in the first couple of corners, and there was a little bit of contact further back, and then of course we saw Danny Sufi with the spin. Managed to get the car pointed the right way again. And another drama for Aaron Ram as well. We saw him straight line the first corner earlier this lap, and it seems as though he's gone rally crossing for good measure. Well, it's a good thing that that 6th back machine isn't a hire car. And there is the 22 of Danny Sufi going straight on as well. Seems as though these drivers are really struggling to get the cars stopped into turn 1. It sounds like Sufi might be hesitant in general there. I think he might have been waiting to rejoin the race at the back of the pack rather than having a problem. Just saw there a shot of Leonard Wies in the WTM racing entry that he shares with Torsten Kratz. Now, in qualifying, Leonard Wies really did struggle a bit for traction and grip. He had several spins this morning in first quali. Hopefully, they've been able to work on the setup since then. It was slightly wet, slightly less damp than it is now when they partook in qualifying this morning, but it was still wet out there at the break of dawn when qualifying took place for this race. Donar Munding didn't quite have the ultimate pace in qualifying, started on the second row of the grid, but he's showing his speed now in the race, albeit 0.8 of a second taken out of his lead on that lap by Axel Jeffries. Axel didn't quite look like he had the confidence in the early stages of this one, but now, as the race wears on, it seems as though Axel Jeffries is starting to wind up that Ginetta. The G61 LTP3, of course, we're in the 2nd generation of LMP3 cars now, and the Ginetta was the first ever LMP3 car debuting in 2015 at Silverstone. So Ginetta have been in it for the long haul. And great to see a team as established and as eponymous with sports car racing as Conrad Motorsport picking the Yorkshire-based manufacturer for their LMP3 campaign. And Axel Jeffries certainly pedaling the car well at the moment, but we do have yellow flags out, and is that because of Donar Munding? We heard gravel. Yes, Donar Munding, the race leader, has gone off the circuit. We saw the yellow flags, we heard the gravel, and there's the confirmation. Donar Munding off track. He will rejoin the circuit, but he's going to do so all the way down in 6th place. Make that 5th place. He's just about got ahead of Michael Lyons, but our race leader, who started so strong, has made a small error, but a very costly one indeed. He does now fall to 6th place. Michael Lyons has got past for ADAC Motorsport. But Donar Munding in the Duquesne from the Molnar Motorsport team, another team with plenty of heritage in ADAC GT Masters. They've tasted success. They thought they might get another winner's trophy today. It's looking less likely after that trip to the gravel for Donar Munding. Up into 4th place already is Berkay Bessler, who of course started down in 8th place in the TalkSport WRT Ligier. The one and only Ligier on the grid this weekend. It's not often that Ligier is outnumbered by Ginetta. in LMP3 competition, but the Ginetta G61 has gone down a treat with the teams of Prototype Cup Germany. And I tell you what, you can see how stiffly sprung these cars are through some of these corners here at the Lausitzring. They really do bounce around. Of course, carbon tub, very stiff car by the very nature of its construction. But it really is quite violent how those cars are, to use a phrase that's become very popular in Formula One, porpoising through some of these corners. And it's not just reserved for the Ginetta of Jeffries, we're seeing it up and down the order. These drivers really are being shaped, rattled and rolled from lap to lap. We saw in the early stages of the race, it looked like Oscar Tunyo potentially had an edge on Axel Jeffries. He was attacking the Zimbabwean racer for that, what was then second place. It's now a battle for the lead, and it seems as though Axel Jeffries has found his groove. This is the battle for third place between von Gartzen and Berkay Bessler, and Bessler hustling to try and find a way through. So treacherous through this first sector of the lap. Mid-speed and low-speed corners. And you can see there from Bessler quite handily just how easily it can go wrong. Those slight twitches can turn into spins in a flash. And von Gartzen clearly measuring the threat from Berkay Bessler, went defensive, perhaps over-defensive into turn 6, and von Gartzen may lose his place here. He holds on around turn 7 to this third position in the racing experience entered car. But TalkSport WRT's Berkay Bessler may soon find himself on the very, very provisional podium. There's a long, long way to go. Every single race that TalkSport's car has finished, they have won. Of course, they registered a non-finish in race 1 at Nürburgring last month. Get the power down onto the oval, out of turn 12, and it's side by side for third place. Surely Berkay Bessler has the run. It looks like he does. Side by side towards turn 1 now, and Bessler has the inside line. He has a nose ahead, I think. Certainly the inside line preferable for turn 1, and it looks like the move has been made. Yes, it has. Berkay Bessler got a great run out of turn 12. And he's turned that into the third place in this race. You saw them twitching on the paint out of turn 1 as well. Adhesion is very limited here in these conditions at the Lausitzring today. You see there Donner Munding now in 5th place after his trip through the gravel a few moments ago. He's challenging now for 4th, tries to go around the outside. Well, Sebastian von Gartzen. Von Gartzen will hand over to the very experienced Gary Hauser later on. Hauser is a driver who's had lots of success in big open single-seater racing in a GP2 car, among other things. And look at Munding there, getting so close. Donner Munding very brave on the brakes into turn 8. Lest we forget, that's the corner where he went straight on a few laps ago. So clearly, if he has learnt the lessons, he's applying them to the nth degree. 5 meters later on the brakes, and he would have been into that gravel trap for a second time today. Donner Munding, incidentally, will hand over to Matthias Luton later on. They are a very strong driver combination in that Molnar Motorsport garage. Still don't rule them out for a podium or perhaps a victory here today. At the front of the order, well, we'll come back to the front of the order because there goes Donner Munding. He's managed to get through to 4th place there. Great move from the German racer. Molnar Motorsport see their car back up to 4th place. The former race leader is once again getting towards the podium. I'm sure he's driving with plenty of red mist at the moment, but keeping himself composed there as he got past Sebastian von Gartzen. Axel Jeffries, though, 2.2 seconds clear at the head of the order at the moment. He will hand over to Maximilian Hacklander in the second portion of this race. We are approaching the pit window as well, within 10 minutes of the pit window opening. Driver changes expected from all but one car. Danny Sufi is driving this race solo for Conrad Motorsport, but he will nonetheless have to come in for a pit stop. Mandatory stops, of course, during the pit window here in ADAC Prototype Cup Germany. There is the racing experience car of Von Gartzen, who is now dropped to 5th place, and he may not be done fighting for position yet because Michael Lyons is closing in. Michael Lyons, a driver who has plied his trade in pretty much every discipline of historic racing going, be it historic Formula 1, Group C cars, 70s Group 6 sports cars, and much more besides. There's very few cars that Michael Lyons hasn't been slotted into at some points, and great to see him here in Prototype Cup Germany in these LMP3 machines. Of course, LMP3 not the only category eligible in Prototype Cup Germany. There's also the CN class. We're yet to see any CN cars in the category, but there is a class available to them. And off track again has gone Donar Munding. Donar Munding has made another mistake, and now he's coming under pressure once more from Von Gartzen, who goes around the outside at turn 7 and moves up into 4th place. Von Gartzen back up to P4 then. And Donar Munding at turn 6, I think he just went straight on. Ended up in the grass. He only lost 3 or 4 seconds, but more importantly, he's lost a position. Oh, and you can see just how hard he's having to work. These LMP3 cars, of course, the LMP stands for Le Mans Prototypes. And even though they are the 3rd class of prototype, they are very difficult race cars. You see there Donar Munding going straight on. For gentlemen drivers, these LMP3s can be quite the different prospect from GT3s. Obviously, as prototypes, they are a lot closer to pure racing cars. Not only that, but they are rather less burdened with driver aids. So these guys in these wet conditions really are having to put on a masterclass to keep the car on the straight and narrow. And it looks as though a few of our cameras are struggling with the conditions, as are the drivers. Donar Munding now stuck in a sandwich here between Michael Lyons behind him in 6th and Sebastian Von Gartzen ahead of him in 4th. I tell you what, it's been an up and down day at the Molnar Motorsport garage, I'm sure. They've installed a roller coaster in the garage. They've been in the lead, they've seen the car into the gravel, they've seen the car on the grass. They've held pretty much every position in the top 5 at some point in this race already. Axel Jeffries started on pole, but it hasn't been lights to flag. However, he is now doing a good job of holding on to the lead, building the lead as well over Oscar Tuño behind, the Colombian driver, who will hand over to Ecuador's Mateo Villagomez later on in the race. The Rinaldi Racing team currently running 2nd place in the first of the Duquesne chassis. It is currently 3 chassis manufacturers within the top 3 since Berkay Bessler has moved up to 3rd place in that Ligier JSP 320. Reminder, if you are just tuning in and haven't seen LMP3 racing before, all of these cars are running identical 5.6-litre Nissan-built V8 motors, and they shake grandstands like no other. Some of the best sounding modern day racing cars you will see. On your bike, mate. One of the photographers there not going for an e-scooter, going for something a bit more manual. That's always good to see. 35 minutes and change of this race left to go. Still a few minutes removed from pit window opening. I'm expecting the likes of Axel Jeffries to dive in fairly sharpish once the window opens. In fact, no, Axel Jeffries is one of the drivers I'd expect to stay out till the end, but perhaps we'll see the likes of Sebastian von Gartzening quite quickly. Berkay Bessler might also be keen to hand the car over to Marvin Dienst, who, of course, raced earlier on today in ADAC GT Masters here at a wet Lausitzring, so he's certainly got the seat time and the experience in the wet weather today. And we'll see whether Dienst can make it a 4th win of the season in Prototype Cup for he and Berkay Bessler. They're currently some 10.9 seconds back from Axel Jeffries in the lead, so it's going to be a hard job for Bessler and Dienst thereafter. But based on the form they've had so far this year, you can't rule it out. Dienst has been exemplary so far. Of course, he started out in junior single-seaters, won the Formula BMW Talent Cup in 2012, did Marvin Dienst. Was the inaugural ADAC Formula 4 champion. And has been a GT racing regular in more recent times, including ADAC GT Masters. He's doubling up this weekend. Now racing for Drago ZVO in ADAC GT Masters. We anticipate that that will be a seat he holds for the rest of the year. Battle for 4th place still ongoing between the two Duquesne chassis. Von Gartzen still holding on to 4th place. Donar Munding and his roller coaster of an afternoon shows no signs of abating or leveling out. Next time by, the pit window will be open. So we'll see who makes the early call to pit. Michael Lyons, incidentally, has fallen off this battle for 4th place a little bit. So it seems as though the Gebhardt Ginetta isn't quite on the pace here this afternoon. We know what Michael Lyons is capable of, but he doesn't seem to be able to quite extract the performance out of the car in these conditions. First man into the pits, Danny Sufi. The pit window has just opened. Within 10 seconds of the window opening, we have our first pit stop, and it is Sufi in the Ginetta G61 from the Conrad Motorsports stable. Now, this car will be in the pits for, I believe, 5 seconds longer than the rest of the pack. This is because the American is a solo driver. Conrad Motorsport then hard at work as the pit stop progresses. You can see that the window a bit longer here in Prototype Cup Germany than ADAC GT Masters. These cars are quite difficult to get in and out of, so I think that's part of the logic and reasoning behind having a slightly longer window. You saw there Donar Munding almost into the grass again at turn 8, and he's fallen a little bit off Von Gartzen on that lap as well, so I wonder if maybe he's had another drama somewhere. No one in the top 2 has pitted. Both Jeffries and Tunyo have pressed on. However, Berkay Bessler is in. So the TalkSport WRT car is in the pit lane. We just briefly saw them trundling into the pits. And Donar Munding runs it wide at the first corner, and those bumps really do affect these LMP3 machines, don't they? There is the TalkSport WRT machine of Berkay Bessler, who's now strapping in Marvin Dienst. Had 3 wins already this year. They lead the championship comfortably. This man, Axel Jeffries, is third in the championship currently. Second in the points race at the moment is Donald Munding, along with Matthias Luton. They're on 53 points. Axel Jeffries is on 52. Dienst and Bessler are on 75 points. We still haven't seen Danny Sufi out of pit lane. We've got we've got Franz Conrad there, looking quite animated as the pit stop continues. The engine cover has been off the car. So Franz Conrad, who was due to drive this car and sadly isn't, is watching over and rather hoping he sees his car get back out onto the circuit soon. Franz Conrad has been having a couple of surgeries recently, but we are expecting to see him at the wheel of an LMP3 car in Prototype Cup Germany soon. And Franz is such a legend in GT and sports car circles. Whether he's been racing in Porsches or Celines or whatever else, Franz Conrad has always been a front runner, and there you see the 22 car finally rejoining the race, but the graphic tells a story there. He was 2 minutes over the mandatory pit stop time, so clearly things haven't gone smoothly for Danny Sufi. Into the pits also is Salman Autio, or rather Salman Autio is taking over that car, the Finnish driver. Sebastian Aaron-Ram has handed the 72 car over. Into the pits has come our leader, Axel Jeffries, is into pit lane. So Axel will hand over to Maximilian Hacklander. Axel Jeffries then with a great stint, of course. He claimed pole position for he and Maximilian this morning in qualifying. And he now hands over the leading car to Hacklander. Let's see what Maximilian can do. Hacklander, a familiar name in LMP3s and GT cars. Certainly has experience, has good pace, but can he hold on to the lead with the likes of Marvin Dienst out on circuit? Good battle still ongoing for what is currently on the timing screen second position. Von Gartzen and Munding scrapping, and Munding has once again got past Sebastian von Gartzen. I think that's the third time that we've seen that happen so far today. Donald Munding with an up and down race for the Belgian squad, Molnar Motorsport. You see there the Belgian flag on the car. 3 minutes and 50 seconds of the pit window left, so not long until they have to come in, but for now, Donald Munding presses on, as does the driver of the 33, our erstwhile race leader, Oscar Tunio, the Colombian for Rinaldi Racing. Into the pits has come Sebastian von Gartzen. So von Gartzen has come in. He will hand over to Gary Hauser, the driver from Luxembourg, who has a vast quantity of experience at the wheel of LMP3 machinery. It's very much a racing family, the Hauser family. Both Gary and David Hauser have done hill climb competition in the past. In fact, one of David Hauser's runs in a GP2 car on a hill climb. Yes, you heard me, GP2 car on a hill climb. That was a San hill climb back in 2013. That's accrued 4 million views on YouTube. Well worth a look. It looks like it's sped up, but I promise it isn't. Both David and Gary Hauser have been really fabulous drivers. Oh, there's a moment for Hacklander. Well, we were wondering if Hacklander could build upon the lead of Axel Jeffries after taking over the #2 Conrad Motorsport car. Well, this isn't the best sign, is it? Some off-roading for Hacklander. That's down at turn 10 by pit entry. And unfortunately, he will have lost a lot of time. The gap between Hacklander and Dienst last time was 6.1 seconds. Dienst, who runs a net second place at this stage. Of course, we do need to see where Oscar Tunjo will come out. Tunjo, incidentally, will have to pit this time by. Oh, and another spin for Hacklander. He's been struggling in these wet conditions. And Maximilian Hacklander will now be overtaken, I think, by Dienst. Yes, he has been. There goes Dienst. Just ahead of Maximilian Hacklander. I'm sure Axel Jeffries will be frustrated in the garage. Hacklander on the brakes, and the rear end just got away from him. Very close incident to what we saw in ADAC GT Masters earlier on in the day. Jack Aitken had a very similar spin. It is easily done, of course. Aitken, a driver with Formula 1 experience and lots more besides. It can happen to anybody in these conditions. Both Oscar Tunjo and Donar Munding are in. It's also worth noting that there is a pit stop violation on the screen. That is the 11 WTM racing car. Torsten Kratz seemingly having a very, very quick pit stop. About 10 seconds under the minimum stop time, so we'd expect that to be penalised. Hacklander continuing to try and close in on Dienst once more. He hasn't lost too much time to Dienst in the last lap, seemingly, but unfortunately those errors in the early part of his stint may have cost him dearly. You see now that the pit window is closed. So the racing will now resume in earnest. Matthias Luton has rejoined the race as well. We'll see where he is relative to Dienst. I think Luton is behind these two. That's certainly where we'd expect him to be after the stops. Now the big question is, where will the number 33 Rinaldi racing car come out relative to these two that we follow on screen at the moment? Mateo Villagomez is taking over the 33 car. Here it is. Out of the pits now. And it seems as though Villagomez has held on to the race lead that Tunjo had previously. Yes, he has. So Dienst is now in second place. And unfortunately, Maximilian Hacklander, with those spins, has dropped to third, and I think he's had another moment there. Goes from bad to worst for Maximilian Hacklander. These cars are hugely challenging in these conditions, and Hacklander is experiencing that firsthand at the moment. Villagomez then has taken over the car that leads the way, the Duquesne D08 of Rinaldi Racing. There you see the lead between the two. Martin Dienst in second place for TalkSport WRT. I'd say that gap is about 5 seconds. Can Dienst make it up in the remaining 20 minutes of this race? Certainly Dienst is a quality driver, so you wouldn't put it past him. And getting another replay here of Maximilian Hacklander, and this is the moment he had. Oh, a full-on pirouette. He was very lucky that he didn't end up embedded in the gravel there. These are quite shallow gravel traps here at the Lausitzring, but if you plough into them at the wrong angle, you can still end up stranded. So we're into the final 20 minutes of the race, and it is Rinaldi Racing's Mateo Villagomez that leads the way. TalkSport WRT's Marvin Dienst in second place. Oh, and Maximilian Hacklander, who sits in third for Conrad Motorsport in the Ginetta. We see him fighting the car every inch of the way. Car number 11 receiving a 5-second time penalty, so 5 seconds added on to the end of the race time for Torsten Kratz. That car currently in 6th place. And through the chicane at turn 1 has gone Luton in the 21 car. So Matthias Luton has overshot turn 1 in the Molnar Motorsport entry. And look how quick Marvin Dienst has closed in on Villagomez. Well, I had a feeling he'd get to the lead. I didn't think he'd do it quite that quickly. Marvin Dienst has pulled a 3-second gap in just 1 lap. I have to believe there may have been a slight error from Villagomez somewhere, but Marvin Dienst is through into the lead of the race as he concludes lap 21 as the leader. This car started 8th on the grid, but Berkay Bessler and Marvin Dienst have again shown their class in the TalkSport WRT car. And there we have the top 3, all pretty much in the same shot, although Hacklander is perpetually giving us palpitations with some of the angles that he's throwing as he puts the power down in the Ginetta. Gary Hauser, incidentally, is up to 4th place. So Gary Hauser, for racing experience, has moved up to 4th position. That's because Matthias Luton straight-lined the first sector. Earlier on, we saw him fiddling his way through the chicane on oval turn 1. So Hauser up to 4th place. Can the driver from Luxembourg make it any further up the order? He's certainly got quite a gap between himself and Hacklander, who we see here in 3rd place. It was 18 seconds between Hacklander and Hauser last time. Now, Gary Hauser is a very quick driver, a very experienced driver, but I think that might be at a big ask for the Luxembourg-based racer. There is the Conrad Motorsport Ginetta. Axel Jeffries will be watching on in the garages. Dienst rounds the first corner. Of course, he has the advantage of track experience in similar conditions from the earlier GT Masters race. He's also a very, very experienced driver. Following his attempts at climbing the single-seater ladder, he's developed into a very potent GT and prototype competitor. And I think we can expect great things out of the youngster in years to come. 10 seconds separate the top 3. It looks to me as though Hacklander is steadily closing in on Villagomez. Yes, certainly closing in. In fact, was a second faster in the first sector alone. Maximilian Hacklander. And it's certainly not for lack of trying. We've seen how hard he's pushing. He's had spins and pirouettes and trips through the gravel. But he does seem to now be in his groove. He's closing in on Villagomez. Continue to see just how jarring certain bumps are around the circuit for these stiffly sprung LMP3 machines. And Villagomez certainly is aware of the fact that there is a pair of Ginetta headlights drawing ever closer. Rinaldi Racing will be egging on their driver. But can Villagomez hold on? Of course, Rinaldi weren't present at Spa. They're a team with a lot of history and success. And Hacklander there, has he gone straight on? Not quite, but he's taking a very peculiar line through turn 6. I thought for a minute he'd gone straight on towards oval turn 2. Peculiar though the line may be, it's clearly working because he's closing in on Villagomez. He had a massive snap of oversteer coming out of the practically 180-degree turn 7. Turn 7, certainly a challenging corner in these wet conditions. The wet line basically requires you to drive right up to the gravel trap on the edge of the circuit, which leaves you with very little room for error. You can see the dirt coming off the cars in these wet conditions. It has been a treacherous day at the Lausitzring. And here we are with what is developing into a very compelling battle for second place. It's down to 1 second, the gap between the two of them, and it's only going to keep coming down as Maximilian Hacklander bounces over the curb at turn 1. The mini roundabout curb, as I like to call it. Perhaps we could call it the tortoise curb. Either way, it's a disc shape. A lot of drivers like to tackle it wholeheartedly, all 4 wheels in the air. I personally would rather go around it and avoid the spinal pain. Villagomez will be driving through the mirrors at the moment, and there are drifters here this weekend at the Decra Family and Friends Festival here at Lausitzring. I think Maximilian Hacklander should join them in the Ginetta. He's sideways at every opportunity he gets. He continues to push against Villagomez here. But for now, Villagomez is doing a commendable job of keeping a decent pace, and more importantly, keeping Hacklander at bay. I'm sure Maximilian will be replaying those early errors when he took the car over from Axel Jeffries in his head. And he'll be wishing that he'd had a slightly better run of it in the early stages, but a podium would still be a good result. Today marked the first time that we saw a Ginetta on pole position in the newly formed Prototype Cup Germany. Doesn't look likely that we're going to see a win for the Yorkshirean manufacturer, the British firm headed by Lawrence Tomlinson. I'm sure Lawrence is keeping tabs on this weekend with keen interest. He'll be willing on Maximilian Hacklander. Oh, Hacklander very close at turn 6. Oh, and a spin. Oh, very, very lucky there was Villagomez to not be collected by Hacklander. Thought for a minute that Hacklander was going to be collected in that one. Oh, and another spin for the other Conrad car. Now, where is that on the circuit? That's turn 3. Danny Sufi has had a spin. And I think just some standing water still there at turn 2. And, well, the rest of the grid won't be terribly pleased with the amount of gravel that's now appeared at turn 3 next time by. We get a replay now of this. Incident for Villagomez, just put the power down on a bump, and quite how Hacklander managed to escape without contact, I'm not sure. Slammed it on the brakes, I'm sure, to avoid the collision. And Villagomez ended up pointing the right way and continuing on, but I'm sure there was a collective skipping of heartbeats between the two drivers and probably the two crews that service the cars as well. Remarkably, that incident requires no spare parts. Marvin Dietz, meanwhile, remember him? 22 seconds now clear at the sharp end of the order. The Ligier, as you see on your screen, entered by TalkSport WRT. TalkSport, a team, of course, with all sorts of different trophies in their cabinet, be it WRC, ADAC GT Masters, GT World Challenge, or indeed Prototype Cup Germany, where so far the team have taken 3 victories. They could be about to net a 4th. Maximilian Hacklander pressing on in 2nd place then, after that near collision. Villagomez still there in 3rd place. I don't think he's likely to challenge Hacklander again. I think that battle for 2nd place is firmly diffused. I do wonder, though, if this man, Gary Hauser, could maybe catch up to Villagomez. There's 7 seconds between them, which is quite a significant gap, but I'm sure Villagomez is a little bit more trepidatious behind the wheel now after that significant moment earlier on. Good battle for 6th place here between Matthias Luton in 6th place and Erlbacher in 7th. Matthias Luton and Donner Munding were 2nd in the points coming into this race on 53. Axel Jeffries was 3rd in the points on 52. It looks as though Axel Jeffries will move into 2nd place in the championship. However, Marvin Dienst and Berkay Bessler, currently leading the race, will find themselves quite a long way clear after this race if all finishes as it currently looks. Erlbacher, who of course received the car from Michael Lyons earlier on, still says Michael Lyons on the timing screen. We will have it on good authority that it is Erlbacher at the wheel. Erlbacher looking very close now, coming up to the braking zone at turn 10. Can't quite get it done. Goes around the outside, may have a look to the outside again at turn 11. He does. Maybe trying for the run around the back turn 12. I think that's exactly what he's done. Very nicely done. He's still got the outside line as they go through turn 12, but it is too wide between them. And nose ahead by the looks of it for Erlbacher. But Luton will have the inside line for turn 1, and Luton holds on to the place for now. Matthias Luton putting in a good job here. He doesn't want to lose any more places than he already has. But Luton runs in 6th for the time being, ahead of Erlbacher. Salman Alcio still in 8th place, has now gone a lap down on Marvin Dienst, and Danny Sufi 2 laps down at the back of the order. Still side by side though for 6th place. It looks as though Erlbacher may have got it done. Matthias Luton didn't get the car stopped at all for turn 6, and I think he may have lost his confidence there, because suddenly he is a little bit slow, isn't he? Whether it's confidence or mechanical, he's fallen off the back of Erlbacher immediately, and now Salman Alcio is investigating his chances of moving up to 7th place. We saw that number 72 car, the Koirunen Kempi Motorsport entry, backed by 6th. We saw them in the gravel and having a couple of moments in the first stint while Sebastian Arenram was at the wheel. So Salman Alcio started on the back foot, and he'd like to try and get around the Molnar Motorsport car, certainly. And here he goes, Salman Alcio to the inside. And he gets it done. Very nice driving there from the Finn. It is a all-Nordic driver lineup at Koirunen Kempi Motorsport. It's Arenram, who of course is a Swedish driver, and Jesse Salman Alcio, who is a Finnish driver. There's something about Finnish drivers called Jesse, isn't there? Because Salman Alcio also a very quick driver, as is factory BMW competitor Jesse Krohn, who is in the paddock this weekend for GT Masters. Danny Sufi is closing in on Matthias Luton, but he is a lap down on Matthias, unfortunately. Of course, we saw the 22 car have its very, very long pit stop earlier when the engine cover came off, so he's a lap off the Molnar Motorsport 21 car. So as close as this scrap is, it is not one for position. Gary Hauser, though, is closing in massively for 3rd place at the moment. Villa Gomez coming under threat. I can see them out of my commentary box window coming out of turn 5 at the moment. And Villa Gomez is closing in on Gary Hauser quite significantly. We continue to watch these two have their scrap. Again, not for position. But Danny Sufi maybe making a point. Here's what I could have done if luck hadn't turned against me in the pit stop. An 8th place finish for the car that sits 2nd in the championship is a bit of a disaster. Matthias Luton and Donna Munding, I think, are going to be poring over the data from today's race and trying to work out what's gone wrong. Speaking of what's gone wrong, what's happened to Erlbacher? Erlbacher has come to a halt out of turn 5. The Gebhardt Ginetta has stranded its driver. They're now underway again. I think he reset the car. Your classic motorsport control alt-delete process. But Erlbacher has fallen down to 8th place. Matthias Luton then has moved up to 7th place as a result of that. There is our race leader, Marvin Dienst. Dienst has built a lead now of 31.7 seconds over Hacklander in 2nd place. Maximilian Hacklander, who had a rather dramatic stint, at least in the opening stages, had lost the lead before the pit stop window was completed. And Marvin Dienst saw his GT Masters entry retired in the hands of Jan Marszalkowski earlier today after contact. But no such misfortunes in today's race. Here is the battle I was talking about a little earlier on. This is the scrap for third place between Villagomez and Gary Hauser. So Matteo Villagomez trying to hold on to this podium for Rinaldi Racing, and Gary Hauser would very much like to capitalise. Neither man can blame their car. It's identical Duquesne DO8 chassis. And Hauser has been within a second for the last several laps. Can he find a way through as the clock rapidly approaches the 0-second marker? Hauser looks to the outside at turn 1. They are beginning what is the penultimate lap. Of course, we add +1 lap to the end of the 55-minute race duration. And Hauser will be all too aware that he's got less than 5 miles until he sees the checkered flag. He's running out of time to make the move. Villagomez twitchy there into turn 6. He's run it wide, and that could be the opportunity. It is the opportunity that Gary Hauser needed. Gary Hauser then up into third place for racing experience. As it stands, he and Sebastian von Gartzen are due a visit to the podium. And unfortunately for Villagomez, Rinaldi Racing and indeed his co-driver Oscar Tunio, they are now demoted to 4th place. Just a snap of oversteer as he braked for T6, and almost a bit of a moment there for Marvin Dienst on this final lap. Matthias Luton has seen the blue flags now and makes it easy for Marvin Dienst. Dienst is on his final lap of the race. Once again, Bessler and Dienst have been a cut above the rest here in ADAC Prototype Cup Germany. The mixed German-Turkish pairing, along with TalkSport WRT, have set up this Ligier wonderfully. It's a 4th victory of the 2022 season for TalkSport WRT. Marvin Dienst and his co-driver Berkay Bessler, they extend their championship lead with a first race victory here at the Lausitzring. It's going to be quite the wait for anybody else to cross the line. At least someone who's not a lap down. Just crossing the line there was Erlbacher in 8th place. Here's our 2nd place man, appropriately, in the number 2 car, Maximilian Hacklander. Crossing the line now, or just about to cross the line, I should say, in 2nd place on behalf of both himself, Axel Jeffries and Conrad Motorsport. They take 2nd place. 33 seconds. Ultimately, the gap between Marvin Dienst and the number 2 Conrad Motorsport Ginetta. Will be racing experience in Gary Hauser, the first of the Duquesne chassis home. A 3rd place overall finish for Gary Hauser, who crosses the line to take a solid victory. A solid podium result in this first race of the weekend. It's been so long since Marvin Dienst crossed the line as the race winner that I've practically forgot it had happened. Dienst has been in a class of his own in his stint, and Berkay Bessler did a great job of working his way up from 8th in the early stages of the race too. Villagomez crossed the line in 4th ahead of Torsten Kratz. And I believe that Salman Autio has just crossed the line for 6th place. Yes, he has. So all of the cars got to the end of the race, which is good to see. These LMP3 cars are designed for endurance racing, so they are pretty reliable machines. And very loud cars as well. Marvin Dienst, once again, combining with Berkay Bessler to make a formidable duo. They had a non-finish at the Nürburgring. And it looks as though Danny Soufi has come to a halt there at, I believe, oval turn 1, yes. So that is the first corner where he has had an issue. We saw that car with its engine cover off in the pit stops earlier, so I just wonder whether that's a continuation of some issues for the American racer. There's Axel Jeffries having a bit of a chat there momentarily with Marvin Dienst. Double dipping as Marvin Dienst this weekend, of course. Splitting his efforts across the Prototype Cup Germany and ADAC GT Masters paddocks. There is the number 7 car. There is Marvin Dienst. And there, after a very dramatic stint, is Maximilian Hacklander, who I'm sure will be delighted to have got his podium. He'll be disappointed, though, with some of the mistakes he made early in the stint. Franz Conrad and Axel Jeffries greet Maximilian Hacklander as Berkay Bessler and Marvin Dienst once again are due winners' trophies here in Prototype Cup Germany. Jeffries and Hacklander second. Von Gartzen and Hauser with a late lunge from Gary Hauser moving into third place. Via Gomez fourth, Torsten Kratz fifth. Salman Alcio, Luton, Lyons and Soufi. Our 9-car finishing order, although of course it wasn't Lyons, it was Jakob Erlbacher in the Gebhardt Ginetta towards the end of the race, just never updated on the timing screen. There is the Racing Experience number 12, Duquesne. Third place for them. Jeffries and Hacklander taking second place for Conrad Motorsport. Not quite the result they would have wanted from their pole position, but more solid points in the board. Solid points that will move them up to second in the championship. But the runaway leaders of this championship, and potentially a team that could walk away with the championship this weekend, Dienst and Berkay Bessler. So it would take misfortunes for both Molnar Motorsports and the number 2 Conrad car tomorrow to see the championship go to TopSport WRT tomorrow. However, mathematically, it could be possible that TopSport WRT lead the Lausitzring as provisional champions. I'm sure we'll see the championship standings and such before the end of the broadcast, but what I can tell you is it will be a perfect 100 points for Dienst and indeed for Berkay Bessler. There are the championship standings right on cue. So a 28-point gap between Dienst and Bessler and Axel Jeffries in second place. Munding and Luton really seeing a dent to their fortunes there in third place. Von Gartzen and Gary Hauser sniffing a championship top 3 at the moment, just 1 point back from Donar Munding and Matthias Luton. You see the rest of the points scrolling through. We've had some class drivers in this category in 2022. We're expecting more entries and more incredible driving talent and legendary racing teams in Prototype Cup Germany for 2023. The likes of Conrad Motorsport and Gebhardt and TopSport WRT, Molnar Motorsport, so many fabulous teams in this paddock this year. Rinaldi Racing, Racing Experience, all of these teams have huge amounts of silverware back at their headquarters. No silverware, unfortunately, today for Danny Soufi, though. The US-flagged driver finishing in last and then pulling over immediately after the flag. It seems as though that Ginetta has suffered a couple of problems today. Yeah, Axel Jeffries all smiles there alongside Maximilian Hacklander. Let's see if we can listen in at all. think a majority of this conversation is in languages that I certainly don't speak. Answers on a postcard if you can translate, but nonetheless, great to see everyone in good spirits on the podium. And no sheep herding required either from the ADAC personnel. Everyone is there and ready to receive their trophies. Patrick Simon has made an appearance on the podium. I wonder if he's due to do some presentation work. It certainly looks like that is the case. Of course, Patrick, a vastly experienced driver himself. We were chatting about it in hospitality yesterday. We think the last time he raced here was as far back as 2002, if you can believe that, in Porsche Carrera Cup. So Patrick Simon presenting these podiums and beckoning the drivers onto the podium. The first team that he will send up onto the third step, Gary Hauser and Sebastian von Gartzen for racing experience. Gary Hauser in the red and black overalls there. The signature colours of racing experience. And certainly, I'd say that today's conditions made the race an experience. I think there was a butterfly there on Sebastian von Gartzen. Clearly a pure soul. Animals are attracted to him. Maximilian Hacklander and Axel Jeffries taking second place. The watchful eye of Franz Conrad watching on from Parc Fermé, as Axel Jeffries, who has long been a driver for Franz, takes to the podium with Maximilian Hacklander. Dienst and Berkay Bessler once again on the top step of the podium for the fourth time this season. 100 points already. Team rep then from TalkSport as we hear the anthem. There you go, TalkSport WRT represented on the top step of the podium once again in ADAC Prototype Cup Germany. And there are the first place trophies presented by Hermann Tomschick. Good representation of just how many big names are involved with ADAC Prototype Cup Germany. Uwe Buchhardt presenting the second place trophies. And Volker Crane from ADAC Berlin-Brandenburg presents the third place trophies as the teams applaud their men. Gary Hauser and Sebastian von Gartzen, of course, receiving those third place trophies. Yet more trophies delivered to the top step occupants. And I believe that's Torsten Kratz there, receiving the trophy class podium. I thought that was a rep from WRT. Of course, that would not make sense given he's not wearing WRT gear. He wins the trophy class then, and everyone up onto the podium. Schumacher selection, sparkling wine in the offing for our teams as the Prototype Cup Germany competitors will ready up for another 55-minute race tomorrow, qualifying to come as well on Sunday morning for these competitors. But for now, they get to celebrate on a Saturday night here at the Lausitzring, and the hardest and biggest celebrations, I'm sure, will be taking place in the TalkSport WRT garages. It's a 4th win and a comfortable championship lead for Berkay Bessler and Marvin Dienst. It's going to take misfortune for their competitors for them to be a factor in the championship, or rather for them to win the championship this time. However, they will no doubt exit Lausitzring with a big championship lead if they can continue this form tomorrow. The ADAC TCR Germany is here at the Lausitzring, and it is Martin Andersson who will look to further build upon a championship lead that he solidified and stabilized somewhat last time out at the Nürburgring. He came into the Nürburgring with Jessica Bachmann very much for company at the sharp end of the championship order. Certainly Bachmann is still his closest competition. However, the margin between the two has grown. We'll see the championship standings in full before the race begins, but there's the man of the moment, Martin Andersson, who does indeed start on pole position alongside Jessica Bachmann, the Hyundai driver. And she didn't have the best of weekends overall at the previous event at the Nürburgring. She'll be looking for better form from the Lausitzring circuit. She will be on pole position for tomorrow's race. We had qualifying 2 this morning here in TCR Germany, but yesterday's qualifying 1 forming the grid for today's race. And Martin Andersson, our pole sitter for that one for the Liqui Team Engstler Honda outfit. The Danish driver with plentiful experience, a driver who has been so successful over the years in Danish national competition, moved into TCR Germany last year and has been very impressive in the time that we've had him. He was up there with Luca Engstler last season. Of course, Engstler was our championship winner ultimately, and he has now moved into the world of ADAC GT Masters, proving that the ADAC bill is very much a ladder in its own right. Jessica Bachmann looked like she struggled to get off the line a little bit there as we get on with this formation lap. We understand it is just going to be, in fact, no, it will be 2 formation laps for this one, and it should be a standing start as well, given it is a TCR race. The wet conditions not providing a crutch for the drivers on that front, but they are going to get 2 formation laps per the timing screen. So Martin Andersson will have some time, as will the rest of the grid, to warm up their tyres. Of course, these front-wheel drive TCR machines should be quite the hoot in these wet conditions. Often in a TCR machine or any front-wheel drive car, if you end up in a spin, the protocol is floor it and hope that it points in the right direction again. There you see the championship gaps at the moment. 29 points. Your gap between Andersson and Bachmann. And Simon Ladniak there in 3rd place in the championship, continuing to tick down. Former big TCC racer Vincent Rademacher there, 8th in the points, and currently beating Roland Hertner in the trophy classification. Vincent Rademacher, one of 2 Holden Astras on the grid for Maurer Motorsport. The now sadly departed Australian mark represented on the grid this year for the first time in ADAC TCR Germany. Not the first time we've seen Holdens in Germany, of course. They have been entered by the Aussies over the years in the Nürburgring 24-hour race, but certainly the first time we've seen a TCR spec Holden on a grid anywhere in this fine country. Martin Andersson will look to get a good start then from the outside of the front row. Jessica Bachmann, who was due to start 2nd and was on the front row of the grid, is still trundling around behind Simon Ladniak on this formation lap. It's almost as if she's given 2nd on the grid to Ladniak, but I'm sure she'll pull up into the appropriate grid slots once we go racing. Still 1 more formation lap to come. It does very much have the whiff of a 2-horse race in this year's ADAC TCR Germany Championship classification. Martin Andersson and Jessica Bachmann, the 2 protagonists this year. Of course, Bachmann racing for Roja Motorsport, or Roja Motorsport, as I should say. I always go Roja for some reason, but Bachmann in the Veloster, a car that has seen plenty of success over the years, mostly in North America. There you see the grid now. Martin Andersson and Jessica Backman on row 1. Simon Ladniak on row 2 alongside Jonas Karklis. Ladniak, the first of the junior drivers in the classification. Rene Kirscher, 5th place alongside Robin Jahr. Vincent Rademacher there in 7th alongside Max Grun in the Audi. Patrick Singh starting on row 5 alongside the vastly experienced Roland Hertner, and Michael Maurer on the 6th row, starting in 11th on his own. Certainly the TCR drivers have largely had a good run of weather so far this year. Let's see how they perform in the treacherous conditions that they've been presented with today at the Lausitzring. It's no longer really at a point of torrential rain. In fact, it looks to me like the rain has stopped. However, it's still very, very wet. It may become more greasy by the end of this race, which is due to be 27 minutes in duration rather than our regular 30. That is because of the extra formation lap that the drivers have been granted to acclimatise with this wet surface here at the Lausitzring circuit. It is a 2.16 kilometre, 2.16 mile, I should say, 3.478 kilometre circuit. The Lausitzring short circuit, making fairly ample use of the original tri-oval layout, the rather underused and sadly largely abandoned oval circuit, mainland Europe's only super speedway. Of course, we've seen the likes of kart, now known as IndyCar, and Days of Thunder ASCAR competition on the oval, and Formula 3 racing, but it has been the road course that has presented a majority of the calendar highlights over the years at the Lausitzring. Touring car racing at the Lausitzring has often been quite a fun thing. Let's write another chapter in that particular history book now then, as the green flag waves, and we are about to be ready for race 1 of 2 this weekend at the Lausitzring. Some creeping from the back of the grid, but we are now underway, and it looks to me like everyone on the front row has had a poor start. Jessica Backman has fallen well down the order, and it's going to be Simon Ladniak who leads for Liqui Team Engstler. Andersson in 2nd place, Karklis 3rd. And well, perhaps the failure to launch on the formation lap was a forebearer of things to come for Jessica Backman, who I think has found herself down in 5th place, make that 6th place. Vincent Rademacher has had a good start there in 5th position. The first of the Maurer Motorsport Holdens. Ladniak it is then who leads the way. The Polish driver with a really good launch from row 2 of the grid, darted around the slow starting Jessica Backman and leads through turn 7 for the first time, but a huge twitch as he turns into T7. I think he's managed to avoid the gravel, but Martin Andersson is watching from very close quarters here. Vincent Rademacher, meanwhile, already under pressure from Jessica Backman. I'm sure she'll be willed on by the Roger Motorsport by ASL Lichtblau outfit, the Hyundai team. She's got the inside into turn 8. Has she made the position? No. Vincent Rademacher holds on for now. Rademacher, a driver with decades of experience to draw upon. A lap record holder at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, among other things, and seemingly a bit of a drifter as well, based on his line there through T10, but it was effective. He keeps Jessica Backman at bay for the time being. They complete the first lap of the race then, and it is still Simon Ladniak in the lead of this race. It's a Liqui Team Engstler Honda 1-2. Got 2 Hyundais fighting for 3rd and 4th. It's Jonas Karklis in the i30N, leading the Roger Motorsport car of Rene Kirscher, which is also an i30N spec Hyundai. So the Velosters have fallen down the order in the early stages. The older car proving the most effective in the early stages of this race. Of course, Jonas Karklees entered under the Nordpass banner here, and he runs third, but for how much longer? Because here comes Rene Kirscher. It's side by side as they approach turn 6. And Kirscher really makes it look elementary. He is up into third place, but Karklees fights back as they approach turn 7. He's going around the outside. That's going to be difficult to achieve. Ladniak, meanwhile, holding on to the lead, but look at Anderson. Anderson's had a fabulous run out of turn 7. Took a wide line at the middle part of the corner to try and get a good run for turn 8. And he did get a good run, but Ladniak holds on for now. The Polish driver, by the skin of his teeth, remains in the lead. However, Anderson, yet again, with a fabulous run out of the corner, he now leads the race. Martin Anderson really made that look easy. Seemingly better at getting the power down. A bit sideways, though, at turn 11. But he now remains in the race lead. He's retaken the lead that, of course, he had off the line. He was our pole sitter. He never seems to make it overly easy for himself, Martin Anderson, even when he has pole, but he has managed to regain the lead now. After a bit of a dice with his Liqui Team Exeter teammate. Jessica Bachmann has moved up to 5th place as well, so Vincent Rademacher has fallen down to 6th place. Rademacher, who was, of course, a factory driver for both Volvo and Vauxhall towards the end of the Super Touring era in the British Touring Car Championship. Very decorated driver, race winner in the British Touring Car Championship, a champion in touring cars both in Belgium and in Germany in years gone by. Now racing for Maurer Motorsport in the Astra. Some replays here of the start, and you can see from Jonas Karklees' view that Jessica Bachmann really did struggle off the line there. Based on the fact that she struggled off the line as well when the formation lap started, I do wonder if it was mechanical, and she's now off the circuit. We return to live pictures, and Jessica Bachmann is in the gravel at turn 7. Now, she had a fair advantage over Vincent Rademacher when we cut away from live pictures previously. Safety car has been deployed. Now, the reason I mention the fact that she was well ahead of Rademacher is because I wonder whether this is a mistake or whether she has had an incident with another driver. Oh, she's trying to free herself from the gravel, but unfortunately, front-wheel drive cars with the engine over the powered wheels, they dig themselves into the gravel quite easily, and we can see there that that gravel trap, which does look to be about 30% marbles from tyres, has firmly claimed Jessica Bachmann on this occasion, and unfortunately, the replay tells the tale, and the cameras scarcely lie. That looks as if Jessica Bachmann did that all on her own. Jessica Bachmann just lost the rear end of the car, and interestingly, she was back behind Vincent Rademacher at the time of the spin as well, so that rather suggests it might not have been her only error on that lap either, because she had gotten past Rademacher and started to build a gap. Suddenly, she was behind Rademacher, she was pushing on, and unfortunately, she's ended up in the gravel, and that could be huge for the championship, because Jessica Bachmann, if she doesn't score, is going to once again leave the door open to Martin Anderson. Jessica Bachmann communicating with the marshals there. She will be aware of the blow this is to her championship hopes. Had 4 wins in 6 races in the beginning of the season. She still has more wins than anyone in this TCR Germany 2022 season. Anderson, with his 2 victories last time at the Nürburgring, brings his tally up to 3 wins so far this year. However, the key difference is that Martin Anderson is yet to finish off the podium. He has been clinically consistent so far this year. And unfortunately for Jessica Bachmann, that hasn't quite been the case, and this latest non-finish only exasperates that point. Here's the move from Anderson on Ladniak earlier on. That was how Martin Anderson reclaimed the lead from his Liqui Team Enxler teammate. Liqui and the Enxler team have been in partnership now for well over 15 years. Many of you will recall Franz Enxler himself running a Liqui BMW in the World Championship many moons ago. At one point he ended up having an incident with a safety car at Po, which is something that only a few drivers can ever claim to have done. I'm sure he doesn't particularly like the claim, because that could have been a race win at a World Championship level, which is something Franz never managed to achieve ultimately. You see the recovery process ongoing for Jessica Bachmann. Now, she has stayed behind the wheel of the car. I'm just wondering if Jessica is hoping she can get onto the grass and then quietly drive away from the scene of the incident. And perhaps continue along around the circuit. We do score technically down to 15th place, so if she does take the finish, she scores points. Got 18 minutes of racing left to go, and we will see when the safety car comes in. Certainly it's not going to be this lap, because the process of digging the Veloster out of the sand is still ongoing. The underside of that car is clearly flat, isn't it? Because you can see the rather nice job it's doing of tidying up a portion of the gravel. However, I do fear that it's also accumulating a lot of gravel in the wheel arches and such. Actually, we can see that the truck itself, the tractor itself, is having some issues here, isn't it? I've not seen this before. If we end up with the tractor stuck in the gravel, I can safely say that, at least in my commentary career, I'm experiencing a first. Are they still moving? Yes, just about. But this is a rather lengthy process, and the four-wheel drive is only doing so many favours for the tractor at the moment. Oh dear. He's nearly at the edge of the gravel. Oh, to the grass, please. Yes, they have got to the grass, and I think now it should be fairly plain sailing. Oh, maybe not. I think that tractor is a wee bit heavy, and I think it's now dug itself into the grass on the outside of the gravel trap. Oh dear, this is this is a unique problem. It looked like the problem was just rectifying as we cut away, though, so hopefully it won't be long before we can get this race underway. But we very nearly had to deal with a tractor embedded in the gravel trap, and short of a crane, or perhaps a Land Rover Defender, I don't know what we could have done about that. Perhaps they could refer to the Towing Magazine Car of the Year archive and try and find something in the car park that is renowned for its towing abilities. I think a Kia won one year. Maybe we could find a Kia. And we are just about approaching the halfway distance of a regular 30-minute TCR race. However, as noted, the race was officially 27 minutes to accommodate the 2 formation laps. This has done, of course, is brought everyone back together. Now, the field hadn't spread that much anyway. Simon Ladniak may fancy his chances at getting back past Martin Anderson, of course. We'll have to see whether that comes to pass. So the order, as we tick under 15 minutes to go, is championship leader Martin Anderson in the lead of the race. In second place it is Simon Ladniak. Third place, Jonas Karklees. As the safety car is confirmed in this lap, Rene Kirscher fourth. Vincent Rademacher leads the trophy class and sits in fifth place overall. Roland Hurtner behind in sixth, also a trophy class runner. Robin Jar in seventh, Patrick Singh eighth place, Max Grun in ninth, and Michael Maurer in P10.
Yeah.
Some discussion ongoing in the safety car. Jessica Bachmann still in the car, as we saw there, but she is behind the barriers and may well end up registering a non-finish here today. Safety car in this lap. Anderson resumes control of the field, and I think he may have already pulled the pin. In fact, no, not yet. Not quite yet. He will try and find a good time to try and catch his teammate by surprise. Anderson and Ladniak currently fulfilling a Liqui Team Exler 1-2. I'm sure Franz and co will be saying, please, let's keep it that way, as they go back to full racing speed now. And while the team will no doubt want to see a 1-2, Ladniak would much rather be the one. Let's see if he can challenge Martin Anderson then, as we go back to green flag conditions. Vincent Rademacher there, trying to find a way around Rene Kirscher. Car straight on there, that's Max Grun, who's overshot turn one. Rejoins the race just ahead of Michael Maurer. Anderson and Ladniak then hold formation for the time being. Rademacher there with a poor run by the looks of it out of turn 5. Just taking a slightly alternative line perhaps. Nonetheless, he remains in 5th place, just ahead of Roland Hurtner. Alluded to the fact that Rademacher, side by side. Interrupt myself there, because here comes Rene Kirscher, trying to go all the way around the outside of Jonas Karklees, and he's done it. Rene Kirscher up into 3rd place. Will Karklees fire back as they approach turn 8? He's quite a ways back. And for now, I think Rene Kirscher's done enough. Takes a wide berth through turn 8, and yes, he remains in his newly acquired 3rd position. That, incidentally, means his next target is Simon Ladniak, and that is the junior class battle. Ladniak leading the way in the junior class at the moment from 2nd overall. So it's Anderson from Ladniak, from Kirscher and Karklees, our top 4. Vincent Rademacher rounding out the top 5 ahead of Roland Hurtner. Here comes Hurtner, look at that, very late on the brakes into turn 1. Too late, as it turns out. He tried to get around Rademacher. Instead, he has lost a position there to Robin Jar in the 22. The final Veloster standing after Jessica Bachmann's early bath. Can confirm, incidentally, that Jessica Bachmann's car has been loaded onto a flatbed, so she won't be rejoining the race. Not sure the rules would allow it anyway, but nonetheless now confirms that the car will be going no further today. So Anderson in line at the moment to really claim a stranglehold on this championship. Already claimed extra points, of course, with the qualifying success yesterday. We saw Robin Jar there having a bit of a sideways moment. That could allow Roland Hurtner back into 6th place. Hurtner in the Honda, round the outside. And has he done enough? Yes. Roland Hurtner then moves up into 6th place once more, reclaims the position he lost with the slightly too late braking into turn 1. So Hurtner up into 6th once again, and will now try and chase down Vincent Rademacher once more. Rademacher and Hurtner fighting for trophy class honours here this weekend. Anderson across the line in the lead once again, building an advantage over Landniak out to 1.8 seconds already. There's Rademacher in the distinctive blue and yellow Holden. Rademacher, who owns a production saloon lap record around the Nürburgring Nordschleife in a Jaguar XE Project 8. In addition to that unique achievement, as we mentioned, a serial championship winner and a former BTCC star. Rademacher has pretty much seen and done it all when it comes to saloon car racing. I'm sure as much as anything, he is a very good tutor to Michael Maurer of Maurer Motorsport. Who is getting closer and closer to the pace every weekend, I'd say, Maurer. He still has some development to do. Patrick Singh, meanwhile, in pursuit of Robin Jar at the moment. There's Max Grun, who we saw have a bit of a moment as we went back to green flag conditions. Max Grun is also in the junior class. He's a ways off of Landniak and Kershaw at the moment, who are fighting for the lead honours in that class. We're already well into the final 10 minutes of the race, of course. 7.5 minutes to go, and Rademacher could be challenging for 4th overall soon, because Jonas Karklees is no doubt noticing that the blue and yellow Holden is getting ever closer to his rear bumper. Rademacher just having a little nose to the inside. We saw him have some good scraps last time out at the Nürburgring as well. Takes a different line from everybody else out of T5. We saw a few drivers doing that in GT Masters earlier today as well, just kind of giving the unforgiving concrete wall a wide berth out of turn 5. Given these wet conditions, that's probably not unwise. This Lausitzring circuit that has been open for some 22 years. Taken over by Dekra several years ago. Great to see that Dekra still hire out the circuit for racing events. Even though its primary existence now is as a testing facility, but it's still a great circuit as well. One that we're glad to have on the ADAC TCR Germany calendar. We have the Sachsenring and Hockenheim to come. We're expecting it to be a scrap between Anderson and Jessica Bachmann right until the end of the season. However, with Bachmann's error today, Martin Anderson may find himself in a position of no return, or rather Jessica Bachmann may not be able to return to the sharp end of the championship order if she doesn't start scoring some victories and some solid points. I think moreover, once the race win today is put into the equation, if Anderson holds on to it, I think she's going to need mistakes from the Danish driver Martin Anderson, and Anderson has been usually a very consistent driver in TCR. Of course, he raced last year in a Hyundai for Liqui-Moly Team Engstler. This year they've moved over to Hondas. Jonas Karklees You can see there the understeer as he tries to find some traction on what is certainly not a soaking wet circuit anymore. It is just greasy. But a great many drivers will tell you that that's when a circuit is at its worst. And certainly around the sweeping turn 7, which is a 180-degree corner, they are fighting for grip, and Martin Anderson looked more like a rally driver than a touring car competitor through turn 10 that time, didn't he? Rene Kirscher, since getting around Jonas Karklees, hasn't seemingly been able to match the pace of Simon Ladniak. He's not far off the pace, but he's certainly not closing in on Ladniak, sadly. I'm sure Kirscher would have liked to have challenged Ladniak in terms of the junior class in particular, where the two are staunch rivals. So the order, with just over 3.5 minutes to go, is this man, Martin Anderson, in the lead. Simon Ladniak in P2, Rene Kirscher in 3rd, Jonas Karklees in 4th, ahead of Vincent Rademacher and Roland Hertner. That is your top 6 at this stage. And Martin Anderson has already extended his lead out to 4 seconds. Someone put the Teriyaki Boys over that piece of footage, yeah? Tokyo drifting around the Lausitzring is Martin Anderson. Anderson, who has won championships and taken many a race win in his native Denmark. A nation with some very compelling circuits within its borders. A lot of them are very tight and twisting in nature. I'd say that Oschersleben fits that description, Oschersleben certainly fits that description, so does the Lausitzring where we are today, albeit with the high-speed banking. Some very, very wide sections as well. Pick up some good speed here on the approach to T1, and Vincent Rademacher has still not given up on that 4th place, flashing the headlights. Oh, and a bit of a sideways moment there for Karklees. Rademacher will have the trophy win, regardless of whether he beats Jonas Karklees, but I'm sure the overall positions are all that is on the mind at the moment of Vincent Rademacher. A very, very decorated driver indeed. He's had a mixed bag of it so far this year in the TCR season, but he's certainly proven what he's capable of in numerous disciplines over the years. Of course, many of these drivers have moved up from other front-wheel drive formulas, such as Renault Clio Cup. When you do get up to TCR level, a fairly significant amount of power you've got under the foot, in excess of 300 horsepower. It certainly makes things tricky in these wet conditions. The drivers have done a great job, by and large, of staying out of trouble. An exception to that, unfortunately, being Jessica Bachmann, who will see her championship hopes begin to fade if Anderson can hold on to this lead. Looks like Robin Jarre could make up a place here. A mistake for Roland Hertner. Well, Hertner doesn't make mistakes that often. Former ADAC Pro Car champion. But he just missed his braking zone. We've seen him miss his brake marker a couple of times at turn 1 this time. We've seen it happen all day long here at the Lausitzring in these wet conditions. So Certainly Hurtner's not in a club of one, but unfortunately, he has seen Robin Jarre pass him. That's for 6th overall. And Roja Motorsport are pretty happy with that. So there will be 1 lap added to this race. So this is the penultimate lap, and Martin Andersson has just over 4 kilometers between himself and victory now. It's a 3.4 kilometer layout, of course. René Kirscher in another of the Roja Motorsport cars. The only i30N, of course, both Robin Jarre and Jessica Bachmann are running the newer Veloster. Three different Hyundai TCR cars on the market, with the Elantra also performing in the WTCR and TCR Europe categories. There's only 1 Honda Civic, though. The ADAC Motorsport developed car, once again with Martin Andersson at the wheel and Team Engstler on the spanners. It seems to be a bit of an unbeatable combination. Granted, Jessica Bachmann has beaten them 4 times, but when she hasn't been winning, she's been spinning. And Andersson, as long as he keeps it together for this final lap, could find himself in a not mathematically unassailable position, but he could certainly see himself become the definitive favourite for the 2022 ADAC TCR Germany Championship. Jonas Karklees could make a late bid for the podium here. He dived to the inside of René Kirscher, but didn't quite get it done. And René Kirscher slammed the door shut, and in doing so, he may have given himself the respite he needs from the attacks of Jonas Karklees. But Karklees set himself up very nicely out of turn 7 for a good run towards T8. He's nowhere near close enough for a move. That said, he does look to the inside, because I suppose, why not? Andersson, well clear of this second place pack, is just 1 corner away from victory now, out of T11. Picks up the throttle nicely, and it's been another faultless drive. Slightly iffy start aside for Martin Andersson, who will rack up a full haul of points in race 1 of the ADAC TCR Germany weekend here at Lausitz. Andersson crosses the line and takes the checkered flag first. Ladniak makes it a 1-2 for Liqui Team Engstler Honda. And René Kirscher does just about hold on to 3rd place, despite the efforts of Jonas Karklees. Vincent Rademacher rounding out the top 5 and taking the trophy class. Robin Jarre 6th, Roland Hurtner in 7th, Patrick Singh crossing the line in P8. Of course, with that 2nd overall, Simon Ladniak also claims the junior classification win. So success all round for Liqui Honda Team Engstler. Honda, the latest of a great many manufacturer partners for Engstler. Still kind of have to bite the tongue, because they were associated with Hyundai here in TCR Germany for a great many years. Of course, they are now with Honda and doing great things in collaboration with the Japanese mark and the Italian ADAC Motorsport outfit that develop the cars. Sounds like Jonas Karklees is in conversation with his team. They'll be disappointed to have missed out on the podium, despite Jonas's late efforts. Here's the order then in full. It is Martin Andersson who claims the victory for Liqui Team Engstler ahead of Simon Ladniak and René Kirscher. Jonas Karklees in 4th, Rademacher, Robin Jarre, Roland Hurtner and Patrick Singh. Our top 8 in 9th place. It was Max Gruen in the Audi RS3. Just the one Audi here this weekend, unfortunately. Michael Maurer, the Swiss racer, taking 10th overall. And Jessica Bachmann, unfortunately, a non-finish after her visit to the gravel that we saw earlier on. Bachmann has had a great season up to this point. Slightly difficult weekend at the Nürburgring, but this is the first real blow to her championship aspirations, ending up in the gravel today. And Martin Andersson has capitalized in some fashion by taking this championship strengthening victory. I'm sure we'll see the standings shortly, but I believe it will be in excess of 50 points. Here we are, once again, right on cue. 54 points, the gap between Andersson and Bachmann. That is, again, certainly not mathematically unassailable. We've still got 5 races left in the season. Andersson has taken a leap forward in his chances of becoming 2022 ADAC TCR Germany champion here today. That much is certain. Have to see where the Dane's career will take him, but certainly having that on the CV will help him out. Simon Ladniak, rocking the bare carbon helmet, receives plaudits from Franz Engstler and the rest of the team on a good job well done, making it a Liqui-Moly Team Engstler 1-2. René Kirscher salvaging some pride for Roja Motorsport by finishing 3rd on the overall podium and taking 2nd in the junior class behind Simon Ladniak as well. And Franz also congratulating the young Hyundai driver. So nice to see Franz Engstler sporting as ever.
Thank you.
A hugely experienced driver in his own right as a touring car star. Rewind the clock 25 years and he was curb hopping in Alfa Romeos in the former iteration of the German touring cars, the STW Championship. Certainly a rich vein of history, touring car racing in Germany, and ADAC TCR Germany, the latest iteration. Hopefully we see more of these fabulous machines out for the rest of the year and indeed the 2023 season. 3rd place though on the podium for René Kirscher and Roja Motorsport, 2nd as well in the junior class. The junior class winner though, this man Simon Ladniak, the Polish driver. And pole position for Martin Andersson, or pole position, a race win for Martin Andersson, I should say. Another great result for the Dane. It's his 4th win of the season, matching Jessica Bachmann now when it comes to race victories. In terms of championship points, he's all but clear. Let's see what he can do tomorrow. Of course, Andersson doesn't have pole position for tomorrow. That is Jessica Bachmann on pole position for tomorrow's race 2, following the earlier qualifying session. The question is, can he capitalise, or can she capitalise on that? She had a poor start today, it must be said, and unfortunately it didn't get much better from there. But Jessica Bachmann will be craving a full haul of championship points tomorrow in order to head to the Sachsenring with more than a glimmer of hope. I'm sure that Liqui-Moly Team Engstler are filled with confidence at the moment. Their cup runneth over with confidence at this stage of the season. But there are still 5 races left to run from a total of 14. And, well, we've seen it in the ADAC paddock and in TCR Germany a great many times. Things can change in a heartbeat. René Kirscher up onto the podium to take his spot 3rd in this race. Kirscher, who is yet to take a win this year. 3rd place is his best result of the season so far. This is his 4th visit to the 3rd step of the podium. I'm sure he'd like to finally step onto P2 or indeed P1 tomorrow. And as Martin Andersson jumps up to the top step, we hear the national anthem. So there you go, the Danish national anthem rings out. And the trophy is now presented. Albert Colin Brenner from Dekra presenting the first place podium to Anderson. Volker Crane, he's been busy today on these presentations. He hands over the second place trophy. And there, Rene Kirscher receives his trophy too. The team's trophy to the Engstler representative. And success once again for Liqui Team Engstler Honda. The pictures will now be taken. And I'm sure that there will be an exit plan for the cameramen and so on to make sure they don't get doused in Schumacher Selection sparkling wine as the celebrations go into effect. Good day of racing here at the Lausitzring for ADAC TCR Germany. And as the sparkling, bubbly flies, I'm sure we will look forward to more of the same on Sunday. Can Anderson make it a second consecutive clean sweep weekend by claiming a second win of the weekend at the Lausitzring? Well, he's going to have to fight off Jessica Bachmann and the rest of the grid to do so. But for now, Anderson will head back to the hotel with his head held high. Can he repeat this performance tomorrow? Tune in to find out as ADAC TCR Germany continues at the Lausitzring. We'll be racing at 11:30 tomorrow local time. Make sure you join us.